Chapter 126. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Lu Tao laughed out loud and asked, "Xiao Feng, did you see that terrifying phantom?" Lu Feng nodded. Even now, he still had a lingering fear. That punch was really too terrifying. It was simply unstoppable. Lu Feng could sense that the phantom's realm should be that of an intermediate warrior, which was on the same plane as him. However, the power contained in that punch was really too terrifying. Lu Feng believed that if this phantom had faced that venerable warrior from back then, it would have completely crushed him. An intermediate warrior? A power that could crush a warrior? Was this possible? Lu Tao gradually restrained his smile, and his expression became serious. He said, "Xiao Feng, now you know why my Lu family can only start to come into contact with the human king scripture after reaching the intermediate warrior realm. Moreover, we can only come into contact with the elementary part." Lu Feng was silent. He finally understood a little. Facing that terrifying phantom, he, who was only at the intermediate warrior realm, couldn't even hold on for a moment, let alone comprehend the existence of that phantom. How could he comprehend it like this? Do you know who that phantom was? Lu Feng shook his head gently, his eyes filled with doubt. Lu Tao's eyes were filled with a peculiar expression, seeming to have thought of something. He finally sighed deeply and slowly said, "That phantom was my Lu family's ancestor, the human king." The human king? That was actually the human king. Lu Feng almost jumped up. The existence of the human king had already surpassed the scope of myths and was already an indescribable existence. Lu Tao now said that the phantom was the human king. How could this not shock Lu Feng? Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Lu Tao's solemn and reminiscing face finally revealed a trace of a smile. He continued, "Actually, it can't be considered the true ancestor of the human king. That's just a sliver of his will that he left in the human king's scripture. The phantoms were created by the primogenitor human king, based on himself. In other words, what you encountered just now was a mid-level warrior-level primogenitor human king, the ancestor human king of the intermediate warrior realm." Lu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood how terrifying the primogenitor human king was. In the past, he had only heard of the terror of the primogenitor human monarch, but he had never come into contact with one. But this time, Lu Feng completely understood. To Lu Fenglai, who had countless trump cards, challenging someone of a higher realm was nothing. In fact, it was a piece of cake. Now that he was a mid-rank warrior, once he used his trump card, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if he faced a high-rank warrior. If he used all of his trump cards, then he, who had comprehended the essence, will be able to fight against even a peak advanced warrior. However, when facing a human king at the level of a middle-grade warrior, facing a human king who did not use any cultivation technique or any support, he was unable to resist a single punch. This was really too frightening. The existence of my Lu family's bloodline is incomparably terrifying because of the primogenitor human king. And the human king scripture is one of the 3 pinnacle royal scriptures throughout the universe's history. In the hands of others, it is only a pinnacle supreme cultivation technique. However, in the hands of my Lu family's bloodline, relying on the activation of my Lu family's bloodline, its power will be increased by more than 10 times. In other words, when a member of my Lu family activates the power of his bloodline and uses the beginner level of the human king scripture, its power will be equivalent to the intermediate or even advanced parts of other supreme cultivation techniques. Lu Feng was slightly dumbfounded. His understanding of the human king scripture had always remained at the level of a legend. Even though he had comprehended the true essence of the first level, Lu Feng had only marveled at the primogenitor human king's peerlessness. However, now that he heard Lu Tao's words, Lu Feng finally understood for the first time how terrifying this so-called 3 great royal scriptures was. Seeing Lu Feng's appearance, Lu Tao knew that he had been intimidated by the terror of the human king scripture. Lu Tao smiled slightly and asked, "Xiao Feng, now you know the terror of my bloodline and the peerlessness of my primogenitor human king, right?" Lu Feng nodded gently. Lu Tao once again casually cut open a crack and said to Lu Feng, "Now, you should go back and consolidate it. After all, the existence of quality is too high for an intermediate warrior. You should spend the rest of your time comprehending it and try your best to comprehend this quality to a higher level. This will have an unimaginable effect on your battle." Lu Feng nodded gently. This time, he didn't stay and directly returned to the room through the crack. Just as Lu Feng disappeared, a figure appeared beside Lu Tao. If Lu Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the existence that Lu Tao called the Grand Ancestor. Lu Tao didn't seem to be surprised to see the Grand Ancestor. He only bowed respectfully. The Grand Ancestor gently waved his hand and lifted Lu Tao up. Lu Tao looked at the seemingly ordinary Grand Ancestor and asked, "Grand Ancestor, Xiaofeng has already inherited the human king scripture. You have seen his performance. What should I do next?" According to Lu Tao's idea, as long as Lu Feng consolidated a little, he would start to improve Lu Feng's cultivation. After all, no matter how terrifying the aptitude was, it was still just aptitude. Before it was transformed into strength, it was ultimately an illusion that could be shattered at any time. How could the Grand Ancestor not understand Lu Tao's meaning? However, he shook his head gently and said, "You know too little about your child." Lu Tao was a little baffled. He didn't know what the Grand Ancestor meant. Seeing Lu Tao's puzzled look, the Grand Ancestor pondered for a moment. After a while, he finally said again, "Lu Feng, this child is definitely a compensation for my Lu family's contribution for the past 5,000 years. You don't know that in addition to having an extremely terrifying bloodline, this child also has an incomparable aptitude in the spiritual aspect. In fact, he can already be called a monster." These words made Lu Tao a little dumbfounded. He didn't understand the meaning of the Grand Ancestor's words. The Grand Ancestor smiled gently and said, "A few days ago, Dao Songtian contacted me." Lu Tao's body trembled slightly. He exclaimed, "Dao Songtian? Is it Dao Songtian, the principal of the Federal University?" The Grand Ancestor nodded gently. His eyes were filled with a strange light. Seeing the Grand Ancestor's acknowledgement, Lu Tao fell silent. He was thinking about the reason why Dao Songtian looked for the Grand Ancestor. Dao Songtian is one of the true guardians of the Federation. He only needs the last layer of membrane to shatter that layer of shackles and enter the level of the virtual emperor. Once a psychic becomes the virtual emperor, relying on the countless years of accumulation of the Federation and the power of technology, he's almost equivalent to a great supreme who is half a step away from the divine king. However, he's a psychic and doesn't have any relationship with the Lu family. Why would he contact you? Dao Songtian was an extremely powerful person in the Federation. He was also one of the true ultimate overlords of the Federation. However, no matter how powerful he was, he had no connection with the Lu family. The Grand Ancestor glanced at Lu Tao and said, "He came to me because of Lu Feng." The doubt in Lu Tao's eyes became even more obvious. Seeing this, the Grand Ancestor didn't intend to hide anything. After all, Lu Tao was Lu Feng's father. Although he didn't know why he didn't know anything about Lu Feng, the Grand Ancestor would never hide anything from Lu Tao. "Dao Songtian came to me because he hopes that Lu Feng will become his student." Lu Tao was slightly stunned. Let Lu Feng become Dao Songtian's student? If Lu Tao was just an ordinary person, or if he wasn't a member of the Lu family, then Lu Tao wouldn't hesitate to accept Dao Songtian's suggestion. However, these were all ifs. Lu Feng was a member of the Lu family. He even had the strongest bloodline in the history of the Lu family. Such an existence was destined to walk on the path of a warrior to the peak of terror. Therefore, the best path for him was the warrior path. Even if Dao Songtian was a heretical path supreme being, or if he had truly become a psyche master supreme being, they would never agree to it. How is that possible? You've seen Xiaofeng's qualifications. He has the most complete and rich bloodline. As long as he's given time, Xiaofeng can definitely become a virtual king. In terms of comprehension, he's definitely a terrifying monster. He's not any worse than me. Xiaofeng was born to be a warrior. Wouldn't it be destroying him to let him become a psychic? Seeing Lu Tao's slightly agitated expression, the great ancestor only smiled and shook his head. He turned around and looked at the hazy space, slightly lost in thought. Perhaps very soon, or perhaps an hour later, the great ancestor finally let out a long sigh and said, "Lu Tao, I didn't refuse." Lu Tao was a little stunned. Although he had said so much, Lu Tao also understood how much the great ancestor valued Lu Feng. If he didn't agree, then the great ancestor should be the same. However, at this moment, the great ancestor said that he didn't refuse. Could it be that there were other reasons? I said that you don't know Lu Feng well because of this. If Dao Songtian hadn't contacted me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known that Lu Feng's talent on the path of psychic is so terrifying. At this moment, Lu Tao was even more confused. Lu Feng's talent on the path of a psychic? Lu Feng also had talent on the path of a psychic. Although he didn't look back, the great ancestor seemed to have seen Lu Tao's astonishment clearly. Talent development quotient above 2.0. Such talent can definitely become a divine master. This is Lu Feng's talent on the path of psychic. Lu Tao sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the number 2.0. A psychic was different from a warrior. On the path of cultivation, a psychic was more difficult to improve. Compared to a warrior, a psychic paid more attention to talent. Lu Tao naturally understood the meaning of 2.0. However, understanding was one thing. He didn't expect Lu Feng to have such a talent development quotient. This was really a little frightening. Chapter 127. Of course, as a descendant of the Lu family, the most terrifying aspect is still the path of a warrior. However, I want Lu Feng to give up on this. Although cultivating both at the same time will slow down one's cultivation, there will be very few restrictions in the later stages. I've been stuck at the peak of the virtual king for almost 1,000 years. During these 1,000 years, I've tried countless methods, but I've never been able to break through. The most fundamental reason isn't that I'm not talented enough. Lu Tao couldn't agree more with this point. The second patriarch, the heavenly god of life and death, had the bloodline of the Lu family. His talent was unparalleled. Although the divine king, Mu Feng, was said to be on par with the second patriarch, he was still inferior to the heavenly god of life and death. However, in the end, he broke through and became a divine king, while the second patriarch was still the heavenly god of life and death. Even now, he was still just a virtual king. Thus, it was said that going from the heavenly god realm to the divine king wasn't something that could be achieved just by having heaven-defying talent. The divine king and the second patriarch were very clear examples. Do you know the biggest reason why I haven't been able to break through? At this moment, the grand patriarch turned around, carrying with him a mysterious and profound will. Lu Tao actually found it difficult to bear. He knew that this was because the grand patriarch's will was slightly unstable due to his extreme excitement. The grand patriarch looked at Lu Tao and said word by word, "The biggest reason is your soul. I've studied the 15 peerless divine kings that appeared in human history, as well as the legendary experiences of the 78 alien divine kings. In the end, I discovered the true key to breaking through to the divine king level, and that is the soul. Every existence that becomes a divine king has an incomparably powerful soul. Whether it's the divine king of Chaos Settler or our ancestor, the human king, although they weren't psychic masters, the strength of their souls didn't lose out to the psychic masters of that era who had heaven-defying aptitude. It was also because of this that they were able to take the most difficult step and become the peerless divine king. Soul. Lu Tao didn't expect that the ultimate reason why so many peerless geniuses were trapped in the divine king was because of his soul. After a long silence, Lu Tao finally understood what the great ancestor meant. The reason why he didn't reject Dao Songtian was probably because he hoped that Lu Feng would one day be able to truly restore the glory of his ancestors. Grand Ancestor, do you mean that you want Xiaofeng to learn from Dao Songtian and become a psyche master so that his soul can continue to strengthen? Seeing that Lu Tao understood what he meant, the great ancestor nodded gently. Although cultivating both will slow down Lu Feng's cultivation speed a lot, it will give him hope. But this gave him hope, a chance to become a peerless divine king. Our Lu clan no longer lacks any glory. It doesn't matter if we have another peerless genius, a peerless genius who surpasses you. Compared to this, our Lu family needs a peerless divine king more. Only then can we restore the glory of the past. For this reason, even if we sacrifice 1, 10, or 100 geniuses, what's the point? Lu Tao was silent. He understood that the great ancestor was right. Compared to the glory brought about by a genius, the divine king was the true supreme glory. For this reason, so what if he was called trash, let alone sacrificing the reputation of genius? Since ancient times, there had been many geniuses. In the more than 10,000 years since the Federation's founding, there had been countless geniuses. There was no lack of geniuses who surpassed Lu Tao in terms of talent, but in the end, how many of them could leave their names in history? In the past, Mu Feng and the Lu family's second patriarch competed for supremacy. Although Mu Feng was always at a disadvantage, who still remembered the heavenly god of life and death? Perhaps in that era, the heavenly god of life and death's reputation was higher than Mu Feng's. However, in the end, it was the divine king who left his mark in human history. On the other hand, the Lu family's second patriarch might still be remembered now, but 10,000 years later, would it still be the same? Geniuses of an era are ultimately just geniuses. The divine king is an eternal existence. I think there's no need to think about this anymore. Lu Tao finally felt relieved. He nodded firmly, although he also hoped that Lu Feng could become the most dazzling genius of this era. This was nothing compared to becoming the divine king. Only the divine king was their eternal pursuit. Looking at the relieved Lu Tao, the great ancestor fell silent for a moment. In the end, he spoke again. Actually, this is also to protect Lu Feng. Previously, when Lu Feng returned, the Lu family used an exaggerated formation because they were too nervous. In the eyes of many family members, it was because of you that they did this. However, this matter cannot withstand scrutiny. As long as those mighty figures investigate it, they will understand. If they find out that Lu Feng has the Lu family's peerless bloodline, then I'm afraid he will really be in danger. Lu Tao, you should understand that not everyone in the Federation wishes for the Lu family to be powerful. Lu Tao fell silent. In the end, he nodded his head. The great ancestor was right about this. In fact, there was no mistake at all. This was because he had been schemed against by humans. That was why he had fallen at the final threshold of becoming a god. If there was anyone who had the deepest understanding, it would be Lu Tao. Lu Tao glanced at the great ancestor. He really admired the calculations of the Lu family's #1 ancestor. After pondering for a moment, he continued to say what the great ancestor had not said. If Xiaofeng is sent to Dao Song Tian, the outside world will only think that Xiaofeng is a psychic genius. That's it. What others are really afraid of is the Lu family's peerless bloodline. If Xiaofeng becomes a psychic, even if he has the talent to become a Taoist master, they won't care too much. After all, no one in the entire Federation dares to easily offend the Lu family. The great ancestor nodded his head. He continued, after Xiaofeng leaves, the Lu family can let some powerhouses protect him in secret. However, the standards can't be too high. However, this doesn't mean that Xiaofeng is in danger. On the contrary, Lu Feng was much safer now that he had lost the threat of the real mastermind. After all, although Dao Song Tian has always existed on the surface, he is a real Overlord powerhouse. Being protected by him won't be much worse than being protected by the Lu family. Since Lu Tao had already agreed, he didn't continue to stay. Soon, he came to Lu Feng's room and wanted to explain the pros and cons to Lu Feng. However, Lu Tao didn't expect that Lu Feng had already agreed before he had even explained the pros and cons. However, he soon understood. After all, He had watched Lu Feng grow up. Lu Tao understood Lu Feng's character. Although the Lu family had countless resources and could enjoy the most luxurious treatment, Lu Feng still had a deep impression of everything that had happened when he was young. Even though he understood the whole story, it was still impossible for him to completely let it go. Moreover, Lu Feng's character was like this. He had a deep obsession in his heart and a firm will. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have given the chance to survive to that girl and chose to fight against a venerated martialist as an intermediate-level warrior. Lu Tao didn't say anything. After all, Lu Feng's choice was good for everyone. Xiaofeng, 3 days later. I will send you to the capital administrative planet in 3 days. Lu Tao told Lu Feng everything about Dao Songtian without holding back. Lu Feng was also very happy to become the disciple of the great celestial master who was famous in the Federation and even the entire universe. However, Lu Feng ultimately rejected Lu Tao's proposal. Dad, you should know what kind of person I, Lu Feng, am. Indeed, I want to become Dao Songtian's disciple, but I won't go in directly like this. I, Lu Feng, will walk into the Federal University's General Hospital openly and become his disciple. In the beginning, Lu Feng felt that his talent as a psychic was extremely poor. However, after that mental training, Lu Feng vaguely felt that things weren't what he thought they were. He had planned to check it out directly, but he had temporarily forgotten about it because he had to condense an intermediate-level cultivation technique. Then, something like that happened the next day, so this matter was temporarily put on hold. However, even if his talent as a psychic was extremely poor, with the existence of the origin scripture, his progress on the path of a psychic was absolutely terrifying. Based on this point alone, Lu Feng believed that he was qualified to enter the Federal University's General Hospital and even become Dao Songtian's disciple. Furthermore, once he became a psychic grandmaster, Lu Feng wouldn't have any problems even without the support of the Lu family. Lu Tao could also see Lu Feng's determination, so he didn't forcefully stop Lu Feng. However, the original plan of leaving in 3 days didn't change. During these 3 days, Lu Tao hoped that Lu Feng could take advantage of this opportunity to consolidate the first level of the Human King Scripture's understanding of the quality. Just like that, Lu Feng stayed at the Lu family's residence for 3 more days. During these 3 days, Lu Feng was brought to the Pure Land of Bliss in the Human King Palace to cultivate. After all, cultivating there was conducive to the emptiness of one's mind, as there was a rich primordial power to provide cultivation. On the night of the 2nd day, Lu Feng's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. At this time, a powerful will lingered in the air, constantly spiraling. This was an extreme belief, a terrifying majesty. The veins on his hands were constantly twisting, as if they were about to burst. Lu Feng had lost his usual tranquil expression. He gave off an extremely sinister and terrifying vibe. Break! A loud roar reverberated throughout the ancient house. If it hadn't been for the mysterious layout of every house, Lu Feng's voice would have traveled far. However, the only thing that could be heard in this empty room was Lu Feng's furious roar. At the last moment, the aura around Lu Feng's body rose to its limit. His whole body squirmed slowly, producing a slight spasm. This was a sign of severe pain. If it hadn't been for the fact that he had experienced so much, Lu Feng would have already collapsed completely. However, this time, he forced himself to endure. Finally, just as he was about to collapse, Lu Feng's aura transformed. A powerful, crazy willpower was suddenly born. At the same time, Lu Feng's aura kept rising frantically. 50 stars, 60 stars, 90 stars, 99 stars. Chapter 128. In the next moment, the shackles were completely shattered. It was also at this moment that a rich golden color appeared from Lu Feng's body, illuminating the entire room. This was a strange golden color, incomparably deep, and had a terrifying aura of disaster within it. Lu Feng had broken through. The 2nd realm of the great devil true body, the small success realm of the great golden demon body, had finally broken through. At the same time, Lu Feng's warrior rank had also broken through the limit, and he had become an advanced warrior. If this breakthrough was seen by others, they would definitely be extremely frightened. One must know that the last time Lu Feng had broken through to become an intermediate warrior was 4 months ago. In just over 5 months, he had crossed a large level from a primary warrior to an intermediate warrior. This kind of speed was really a bit too frightening. If Lu Feng had cultivated in the Lu family with countless resources, then his breakthrough would have been reasonable. However, the problem was that Lu Feng's breakthrough didn't rely on anyone at all. It was the result of his own efforts. Such a scene was absolutely incomparably shocking. It was also at this moment that many of the Lu family's ancestors hidden in the Pure Land opened their eyes. Their eyes were also filled with a strange look. After all, Lu Feng was only an intermediate warrior before, but in just over 2 days, he had broken through everything and became an advanced warrior. This kind of breakthrough speed was very terrifying in their eyes. Is this the power of the strongest bloodline power? It's too terrifying. This kind of cultivation speed can be called a miracle. I just hope he doesn't stop. The hope of the Lu family, the hope of the human race. After a while, Lu Feng finally woke up from his cultivation. His ferocious face gradually calmed down, and his crazy eyes regained their calm color. Feeling the existence of the explosive power in his body, Lu Feng's face finally showed a touch of joy. Although it's within my expectations, being able to break through in such a short period of time still makes me happy. The practice and breakthrough of the great devil true body required one to surpass the limits of one's cultivation and breakthrough in the midst of endless tribulations and countless obstacles. The first time Lu Feng cultivated the great devil true body to the small success stage, he relied on the 3 Lu family siblings to attack him. At that time, because of the existence of the primordial body, it was very easy for him to break through. The second time was when Lu Feng reached the peak of the primary warrior level and made a breakthrough on the Gufang star. At that time, he had activated the power of his bloodline and inadvertently borrowed the true essence of the great demon. He had actually relied on the subconscious of his bloodline to fight against the divine king of Yellow Springs. There was no doubt that that time had far exceeded Lu Feng's limits, and it was with that power that Lu Feng entered the intermediate warrior level. According to Lu Feng's calculations, it would take a long time for him to break through the first stage of the Great Devil True Body and reach the small success stage of the Golden Body Great Demon. After all, this was not a small success stage, but a breakthrough to a whole new level. The difficulty was many times higher. However, the attack that followed made Lu Feng completely erupt. Not only did he break through countless limits, but he also almost died. During the period of Lu Feng's death, the great devil true body did not stop, but continued to operate in a wonderful way. Finally, after Lu Feng woke up, he entered the pinnacle of the large success stage of the bronze body great demon. These days, with the help of the enlightenment of the quality, Lu Feng understood the true essence of the limit. Therefore, before leaving, he finally made a thorough breakthrough in this pure land full of endless power. In the advanced warrior level, my physical strength is estimated to have just broken through 100 stars. Although I'm only a beginner advanced warrior, I've already improved a lot. Now that I have time, I'd better condense the unique into an advanced combat skill. Lu Feng had already condensed 10 perfect martial arts essences, but because his level was too low, he was still unable to smelt the martial arts essences into a martial arts essence. It was also because of this that his martial arts could only be at the intermediate level. Even if he had smelted 10 perfect martial arts essences, the increase would still be a terrifying 9 times. However, it was different now. Becoming an advanced warrior proved that Lu Feng's physical strength had evolved again, and his level had increased again, and he no longer hesitated. After evolving the 10 perfect martial arts essences one by one, Lu Feng began to smelt them continuously. Soon, the 2 martial arts essences disappeared and turned into an even more powerful existence. That was obviously beyond the martial arts essences, but it had not reached the martial arts essence. Gradually, the third and fourth martial arts essences disappeared, and the only substance that Lu Feng smelted was getting closer and closer to the martial arts essence. Finally, the moment the last martial arts essence disappeared, Lu Feng finally condensed the perfect martial arts essence. He punched out with an inexplicable will. In the haze, a wonderful vision was born. It was an illusory existence, and no figure could be seen. It was full of thousands of changes, and it gave people an extremely terrifying aura. Feeling the powerful force in his punch, Lu Feng was also full of strange joy. This is an advanced martial arts technique. Is this the martial arts essence? What a powerful feeling. As long as I go one step further, I can condense a star-level martial arts technique. At that time, these illusory shadows can be completely fixed and become a martial arts power that can be controlled. The martial arts power was an existence that could only be evolved after the star-level martial arts technique was displayed to the star level. It was a terrifying incarnation that gathered 10,000 kinds of essences and had 10,000 kinds of changes. Power was very powerful. Once it was combined with the power of heaven and earth, it could easily destroy countless things. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng confirmed that he had not forgotten anything. He did not continue to cultivate. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes. Ever since he had woken up, Lu Feng had always been in a state of cultivation. Even if he was strong, there would be a day when he would feel tired. Lu Feng knew that from the moment he left this place, he would have to start a new journey. Therefore, on this last night, Lu Feng chose to relax. On the third day, Lu Tao arrived. Before leaving, Lu Feng respectfully bowed 3 times to the vast and boundless continent behind him before leaving with Lu Tao. Lu Feng knew that the Lu family's second patriarch had paid a huge price in order to pull him back from the abyss of death. He had not done alone, but with the cooperation of many Lu family's patriarchs. It could be said that Lu Feng owed the Lu family's patriarchs his life. However, Lu Feng also understood that the gap between him and the Lu family's patriarchs was too big. The only thing he could do now was express his gratitude. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng had already followed Lu Tao into the endless crack. Suddenly, over 100 silhouettes appeared where Lu Feng had left. They were all projections, so their faces could not be seen. Will he be able to reach that level in the future? I'm not sure, I don't know. No matter what, his bloodline is the densest in the Lu family. Even if he cannot become a real divine king, as long as he can become a peak virtual king, he will still be a peerless divine king. Perhaps my Lu clan will truly regain its former invincible prestige. Lu Xian muttered to himself. Lu Tao did not tear through the void. He sent Lu Feng directly to the Crimson Blue Planet. After all, the turbulence caused by tearing through the void was too terrifying, and Lu Feng did not want to attract too much attention. Therefore, when they reached the Symbidium system, Lu Feng and Lu Tao stopped. The place where they stopped was an uninhabited asteroid. If Lu Feng had been alone, he would not have been able to survive in outer space. Only martialists who had comprehended the power of heaven and earth would be able to rely on some resources to survive in outer space. Fortunately, Lu Feng was not alone. He had Lu Tao by his side, the terrifying celestial slayer who had already reached the sky celestial stage. He casually tore through the void and slowly pulled out a huge object from the vast crack. This scene was incomparably strange. After all, this huge object was tens of millions of times bigger than Lu Tao. However, at this moment, this huge object was like a toy. Lu Tao casually grabbed a section of it and pulled it out. This was a spaceship, and it was even an intermediate spaceship. In the Federation, the price of an ordinary small spaceship ranged from hundreds of millions to billions of Federation dollars. However, the price of an intermediate spaceship was hundreds of times higher. Even the cheapest intermediate spaceship would definitely be sold for more than 50 billion. The reason for this was that intermediate spaceships already had the ability to perform space jumps. Only with the ability to perform space jumps could a spaceship truly travel in the Milky Way. As for the mid-grade spaceship that Lu Tao had taken out, it was obviously not an ordinary one. However, Lu Feng was not very surprised by this. As the #1 family in the Federation and the direct descendants of the ancestor human king, the Lu family could be said to be at the top of the Federation in terms of status and wealth. Even super tycoons, such as BUCC and the Federation Bank, could not compare to the Lu family. Not to mention an intermediate spaceship, the Lu family could even easily take out 10,000 advanced spaceships and advanced battleships. Lu Tao glanced at Lu Feng's indifferent expression and smiled slightly. He said, "Xiao Feng, this place is less than 1 light year away from the Symbidium. After taking this intermediate spaceship and performing space jumps, it will take less than 2 hours to arrive." Lu Feng smiled and looked at the intermediate battleship with a strange expression in his eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Tao understood Lu Feng's thoughts. He smiled and shook his head. He said, "Right now, you're only a beginner psychic. Wait until you become an advanced psychic before you can try operating it. So, let me, your father, do it this time." Chapter 129. After saying this, Lu Tao opened the door of the spaceship through identification. Lu Feng followed closely behind Lu Tao and walked in. Looking at the layout inside, Lu Feng was slightly sluggish. The layout inside was far too different from what Lu Feng had imagined. Because the layout here is a bit too luxurious. This is not what a spaceship should have. "Dad, you really know how to enjoy life." After thinking for a while, Lu Feng realized that the layout here must be because of Lu Tao's private modification. After all, Lu Feng is also someone who has taken countless spaceships for interstellar travel. The layout of an ordinary advanced luxury spaceship is far from comparable to this, let alone an intermediate spaceship. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Tao smiled slightly proudly. In Lu Tao's heart, a praise from his child is better than the worship of trillions of people. But in the next moment, Lu Feng's words made Lu Tao's smile a little sluggish. "But Dad, you have such a luxurious spaceship. Why didn't you tell me?" That proud smile turned into a slightly awkward smile. But in the next moment, Lu Tao recovered. He looked at Lu Feng with a solemn face and said, "Xiao Feng, in fact, Dad is doing this for your own good." "For my own good?" Lu Feng's mind was a little messy now. Lu Tao saw Lu Feng's expression and continued to strike while the iron was hot. Think about it. If you know that your father is so rich, then you won't have any motivation to move forward in the future. Without the motivation to move forward, then you will be like those rich people in the future, only knowing how to enjoy life and not do anything, only waiting for death in your dreams. Do you want such a life? Can you? So, Dad is doing so much for your own good. You should be considerate of Dad and understand Dad's good intentions. Seeing his father's solemn expression and hearing these words, Lu Feng nodded subconsciously, but his mind felt that something was wrong. But before he could react, Lu Tao had already pulled him to the control center. Gradually, Lu Feng was attracted by Lu Tao's introduction and no longer paid attention to what he just heard. "Little Feng, this mid-grade flying ship was personally modified by your father. Although it looks like an intermediate spaceship, the artillery system equipped on it is not inferior to any advanced battleship. The material is made of a special alloy produced in the Aslan Galaxy. That alloy is used to make cosmic battleships." Lu Feng had heard of the Aslan Galaxy's special alloy, and his understanding of it was quite detailed. It was not only was it the main material used to make cosmic battleships, but it was also one of the main materials for Earth-level mecha. The Aslan Galaxy's special alloy was widely used even on star fortresses and sky mechas. In the past, Lu Feng had dreamed of owning a mecha that was made from it. In addition to the standard intermediate battleship artillery system, there are also 8 kinetic energy cannon systems that only advanced battleships can use, but this is not its strongest point. In order to modify it into a real dire beast, your dad removed the main artillery system and put in a galactic railgun. Hearing about the galactic railgun, Lu Feng's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he looked at Lu Tao with a slightly shocked expression. The galactic railgun was a powerful artillery system that only cosmic battleships could use, and the number of them equipped on a cosmic battleship would not exceed 10. But on this intermediate spaceship, or even a battleship with a spaceship jacket, it was actually equipped with this thing. Such an exaggerated modification really made Lu Feng a little shocked. "Dad, what are you playing at? Cosmic battleships only have 10 galactic railguns, and you actually installed this on this intermediate spaceship. What are you planning to do?" The size of a cosmic battleship was about 10,000 times that of an intermediate spaceship. Only 10 of those massive behemoths were equipped with them, but a mid-grade spaceship actually had one. This was not modification, this was playing with life. Lu Feng had a deep understanding of the power of the galactic railgun. Once it was fully charged, the destruction of the cannon fire was enough to instantly destroy a small planet with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles. Such a firepower system was almost comparable to the strongest attack of a peak upheaval stage warrior. It could be said that the galactic railgun was a true top-notch firepower system. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Tao smiled proudly. He said, "Your father's status is so honorable that he can't do everything by himself, can he? Actually, it's not bad to use this galactic railgun to bombard people when you have nothing to do." Lu Tao's words made Lu Feng shudder. He really didn't expect his dad to have such a bad taste. One had to know that he was a god slayer, and even the lightest blow from a god would not be much worse than this galactic railgun in terms of power. However, seeing his dad's proud expression, Lu Feng curled his lips slightly and said, "No matter how noble you are, you're still controlled by your mom at home." Hearing this, Lu Tao's face stiffened again. He rubbed his face hard and didn't continue this topic. Instead, he directly pulled Lu Feng to the control center to continue the introduction. After Lu Tao finished the introduction, Lu Feng finally understood why Lu Tao said that only after Lu Feng became an advanced psychic could he try to control it. One had to know that an ordinary advanced psychic could already independently operate an intermediate spaceship, and if it was an intermediate spaceship, then an intermediate psychic could more or less do it. However, here, one could only try it after becoming an advanced psychic. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. However, compared to this complicated operating system, Lu Feng also understood that it would be very difficult for an ordinary advanced psychic to operate it. "I'm afraid that only those with a talent development of 1, 0, and above can try to control it. Only geniuses with a talent development of 1, 5, and above can perfectly control this intermediate spaceship that I modified and activate all the firepower systems in it. Talent development of 1, 0, 1, 5. At this moment, when Lu Feng heard about the talent development again, he suddenly thought of something. Without hesitation, he asked directly, "Dad, tell me about the development of psychic talent." After saying this, Lu Feng looked at Lu Tao with a serious expression, waiting for his explanation. Hearing this, it was Lu Tao's turn to be stunned. He looked at Lu Feng blankly for a moment, then slowly asked, "Xiaofeng, until now, don't you know about the development of psychic talent?" Lu Feng's face was slightly flushed. To be honest, he was already a beginner psychic. However, he didn't even know the spiritual development index of a psychic's talent after becoming a beginner psychic. This was somewhat inexcusable. However, it was understandable that Lu Feng did not know about it. After all, every time he wanted to check it out, he would encounter something unexpected. Therefore, it had been more than half a year since he became a psychic, but he still did not know anything about the spiritual development of psychic. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Lu Tao finally confirmed that Lu Feng really did not know. At this moment, Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng with a strange gaze. Previously, when Dao Santian had asked the Lu family for him, he had already mentioned Lu Feng's talent development. It was a terrifying existence that was above 2, 0. Although he did not specify how much, the significance of 2, 0 was enough to shock Lu Tao. A psychic talent like this had the potential to become a celestial master. However, Lu Feng did not seem to know about this at all. However, Lu Tao still explained to Lu Feng, "The talent development is the spiritual development of a psychic. It is the initial development value before becoming a beginner psychic. The Federation's classification of psychic geniuses is based on the talent development value. Generally, those with a talent development value of 1 and above are called geniuses. Those with a talent development value of 1, 3 and above are called starry sky geniuses. Those with a talent development value of 1, 4 to 1, 6 are called interstellar geniuses. Those with a talent development value of 1, 7 to 1, 9 are called Federation geniuses. Those with a talent development value of 1, 7 and above have the potential to become a celestial master. Only those who have a talent development value of 2, 0 can be called a genius and have the possibility to become a celestial master. Therefore, psychics with a talent development value of 2, 0 and above are considered geniuses among psychics. They are equivalent to the Divine King's descendants among warriors. They are also considered geniuses among psychics. After saying this, Lu Tao looked meaningfully at Lu Feng. However, at this moment, Lu Feng did not see it. He was currently immersed in his own shock. Those with a talent development value of 2, 0 and above were geniuses. He had taken the test before becoming a beginner psychic, and his spiritual development value at that time was 2, 4. At this moment, Lu Feng finally recalled the strange feeling he had when he had tried to split his spiritual energy. He finally understood that it was not that his talent was not good, but that it was too good and too terrifying. A talent with a talent development value of 2, 0 was equivalent to the royal bloodline among the descendants of gods. Then what was his 2, 4? Looking at Lu Feng's constantly changing expression, Lu Tao only looked at him proudly. After a long time, when he saw that Lu Feng seemed to have recovered from his shock, he asked, Xiao Feng, what is your development value? He already knew that Lu Feng's development value was 2, 0 or above, but he still needed to hear the details from Lu Feng himself. Lu Feng raised his head and met his father's burning gaze. He didn't hide anything. This was because he knew that because he had inadvertently revealed it, the teacher called Zhao Kuan probably already knew of his existence. If not, he would not have left in a hurry. Therefore, Lu Feng did not hide anything and directly said, Dad, my talent development value is 2. For dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Even though Lu Tao had already guessed that Lu Feng's talent development value might be higher than 2, 0, when Lu Feng really said it, he still couldn't help but be shocked. A talent development value of 2, 0 was a talent with the potential to become a heavenly master. What did 2, 4 mean? He knew. How could he not know? Xiao Feng, do you know the Federation's legends about those peerless psychics who reached the Void Emperor realm? What is their development value? Lu Feng was at a loss and gently shook his head. What he knew the most was about warriors. As for psychics, Lu Feng didn't know much about them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so clueless about talent development value. Lu Feng's reaction was within Lu Tao's expectations. He nodded lightly and said expressionlessly, regardless of whether it is Supreme, Emperor Heaven, or Shumi Heaven, their talent development value is 2, 3. A talent development value of 2, 3 is enough for them to become Void Emperors. Although the Void Emperor is a powerhouse on the same level as the Virtual King, in terms of power, he is many times stronger. The Void Emperor's existence has another name, which is the Supreme of the other path. The Void Emperor's existence can go up against the Divine King. Although he is still in the Void Emperor's position, he has the strength to go up against the Divine King. A talent development value of 2, 3 means that in the future, he will have the strength to go up against the Divine King. As for the 2, 4, you should have realized something. What does it mean? Lu Feng asked blankly. At the moment, he really didn't know what it meant. After all, Lu Feng's brain couldn't wrap itself around the fact that he had suddenly gone from being a piece of trash to a peerless genius who had surpassed countless legendary figures in history. Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, Lu Tao took a deep breath. It wasn't just Lu Feng. Even his head was buzzing. Lu Tao had never imagined that Lu Feng's talent as a psychic master would be so terrifying. If Lu Feng, who had the densest human monarch bloodline, was destined to become a powerhouse like the Virtual King, an existence who could go up against the Divine King, then Lu Feng wouldn't be inferior to him. Then, on the path of a psyche master, he was not the slightest bit inferior. In fact, he was even superior. A talent development value of 2. 3 could make him a Void Emperor. The greatness of the Void Emperor explained the concept of the supreme of the other path. What did a talent development value of 2 for mean? Lu Tao really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Looking at Lu Feng's blank expression, Lu Tao finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and said to Lu Feng, a talent development value of 2. 4 is the strongest recorded talent development value. A talent development value of 2. 3 is enough to go up against the Void Emperor. The Void Emperor is the last realm below the God Emperor. This means that a talent development value of 2 4 means that you have the possibility of going up against the God Emperor. God Emperor. Chapter 130. The Emperor of Gods, the supreme title of everything. Since ancient times, there have been 15 divine king powerhouses, and there were no less than 100 existences similar to the divine king in the entire universe. This was the strongest existence in this era. In addition to the real divine king, there were many strange races that gave birth to great beings like the otherworldly supremes. No wonder Dao Songtian knew the importance of the direct bloodline of the Lu family, and he knew that he couldn't get a disciple from the Lu family, but he still did it. This was because he knew that Lu Feng was the true hope of proving invincibility on the path of psychics. He was the biggest source of possibility in the entire universe. Therefore, even if he knew that it was impossible, he still had to try. Fortunately, for various reasons, he succeeded. After a long time, Lu Feng finally calmed down. However, there was still an inexplicable light in his eyes. It was an indescribable light. The two didn't say anything else. They started the spaceship and flew directly to the Cymbidium system. Soon, the spaceship landed on the Cymbidium's International Spaceship Center. Lu Tao had a special certificate from the Federation. He could even stop at the capital planet at any time. Naturally, there wouldn't be any problems on the Level 3 life planet Cymbidium. After getting off the spaceship, Lu Tao looked at Lu Feng and said, Xiaofeng, there are still some key parts of my research that need to be completed. I'll be leaving for a while. Once the research is done, I'll go to the capital planet with your mother to find you. A while after Lu Feng woke up, Yin Chunwei had already left. Lu Feng was a little confused about this. Previously, he thought that his parents didn't have any contact with the Lu family because of him. In order to ensure a better life, they entered the BUCC company. Now, it seemed that it wasn't just that. After all, as two of the most powerful emperors of the Golden Generation in the past, and now as super gods, they shouldn't be so generous with their status. Moreover, after returning to the Lu family, not long after she came back from the dead, her mother left. Now that he heard his father say this, Lu Feng also vaguely guessed that the so-called research was probably abnormally important. Of course, Lu Feng was already used to such a life. He just nodded slightly, took a special payment card from Lu Tao, and watched as Lu Tao's spaceship slowly lifted off and finally left. When the spaceship completely disappeared, Lu Feng didn't stay any longer. There was less than a month before the end of the semester. Lu Feng wanted to use the last bit of time he had to go back to school to prepare. Although he didn't care, Lu Feng didn't want his first semester to end with him missing an exam. How is it? Has Xiaofeng arrived? In the spaceship's control room, Lu Tao stood in place and talked to a three-dimensional shadow. The three-dimensional shadow was Lu Feng's mother, Yin Chunwei, who left earlier. Looking at the shadow, Lu Tao smiled gently and said, Don't worry, everything has been arranged. I've already placed 5 divine thoughts in Xiaofeng's body. In addition to me, the third forefather has also done everything. As long as Xiaofeng is in danger, whether it's me or the third forefather, we can arrive in an instant. After a slight pause, Lu Tao continued, Chunwei, I think even if you don't believe in my strength, you won't doubt the third forefather. Hearing this, Yin Chunwei was silent for a moment. Finally, she looked at Lu Tao and said, I naturally believe in the third forefather's strength, but this is the last time. No matter what the final result is, after this is over, I will definitely not accompany you in any research. In my eyes, Xiaofeng's safety is countless times more important than your hope. Lu Tao did not hesitate and nodded fiercely. This time, if it were not for the third forefather's promise, Lu Tao would probably have given up on himself. After all, Lu Feng was also his most precious guardian. After exchanging a few more words with Yin Shenwei, Lu Tao finally hung up. He felt that there was still some distance before he could enter the subspace jump point. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still cut open the void and took out a piece of crystal, then completely shattered it. In an instant, the shattered crystal fragments turned into specks of light, flashing with a strange brilliance. Then, they began to condense in the void, forming a shadow. This person was the greatest existence of the Lu family, the ancestor of the Lu family. After respectfully bowing to the ancestor, Lu Tao raised his head. At this time, the ancestor's voice was also heard. "Little Tao, you suddenly contacted me. Did something happen to Lu Feng?" Before leaving, the ancestor gave Lu Tao a few communication crystals. Only these things could ignore the distance between space and time and contact the ancestor. However, neither Lu Tao nor the ancestor expected that Lu Tao would actually use them not long after leaving. After hearing the ancestor's words, Lu Tao nodded gently. When he saw Lu Tao's appearance, the ancestor's body clearly flashed with a trace of turbulence. For him, Lu Tao was the real hope of the Lu family's revival. He could not tolerate any accidents happening to Lu Feng. However, the ancestor was still the ancestor. His identity and status were at the top of the entire universe. Although there was a trace of turbulence, it completely calmed down after a while. He looked at Lu Tao and asked, "What happened?" The ancestor knew that if something had really happened to Lu Tao, then Lu Tao would definitely not be in this state at this moment. Lu Tao hesitated for a moment. He was thinking about what to say. After a moment of silence, as if he had finally thought it through, Lu Tao said, "Ancestor, I finally understand why Dao Songtian still asked the Lu family for Xiaofeng despite knowing that he would be rejected." The ancestor's expression was still calm, and no one could see anything. However, Lu Tao also understood that the ancestor also had doubts about Dao Songtian's behavior. Dao Songtian was an ultimate powerhouse on the same level as the ancestor. It was very difficult to guess his thoughts just by interacting with him. Lu Tao said without hesitation, because Dao Songtian already knew about Xiaofeng's mind development quotient. Therefore, even though he knew it was impossible, he still gave a try. Lu Tao looked at the ancestor and said word by word, because Xiaofeng's mind development quotient is 2.4. He is the first Psyche Master and Pseudo-Psyche Master since ancient times. He is also the only one who has the qualifications and potential to become an Emperor God. Even in the face of a collapsing galaxy, the ancestor, who had dared to wave his fist at the Divine King without batting an eyelid, was shocked. When he had first found out that Lu Feng had broken the bloodline shackles in his body, he had been shocked. When the ancestor had appeared, he had only been overjoyed. However, at this moment, he was really shocked. Xiaofeng's mind development quotient is 2.4. He actually has such a terrifying aptitude that defies the heavens. The ancestor was not unfamiliar with a 2.4 mind development quotient. He naturally knew what it meant. Compared to Lu Tao, as the true master of the Lu family, he understood the significance of 2.4 mind development quotient's potential. Silence, endless silence. After a long time, the ancestor let out a long sigh and said slowly, "The ancestor once recorded in an ancient book that he was invincible in the galaxy and unparalleled in the world. He did not enter the Divine King's domain, but he could already enter the two-tier mythical domain for a short time. It was by relying on these that he was able to completely suppress the venerable Emperor God King and become the most powerful existence of that era. After he had completely entered the godly king realm, it did not even take 100 years for him to become an invincible godly king in the second tier of the mythical realm. Since ancient times, There had only been a handful of people who had been able to enter this realm. My ancestor, the human king, was absolutely invincible among them. The ancestor was invincible in his generation. He once shattered the long river of time and space and fought against the supreme overlords of the ancient era. When he stepped into the most powerful domain, he was able to look down on all the geniuses of ancient times. Everyone knows that my ancestor was invincible to the extreme. Even those who were one level higher than him were no match for him, let alone those of the same level. However, no one knew that after my ancestor stepped into the celestial god level, he had once met a real opponent. That opponent was a psychic master of the human race at that time. That psychic master's level was the Void Emperor. The Virtual King and the Void Emperor were existences of the same level. However, the ancestor, who was known to be invincible among those of the same level, suffered greatly when he clashed with the reclusive Void Emperor. Although he won in the end, the Void Emperor also caused the ancestor to suffer serious injuries. Later on, when the ancestor became the Divine King, he went to look for the Void Emperor. Unfortunately, there was still no news of the Void Emperor until the ancestor disappeared. The ancestor once said that if the Void Emperor could truly shatter his shackles and enter the primordial god Emperor realm, then he would be able to rival the ancestor. In an instant, Lu Tao was stunned. Rival the Lu family's ancestor, the human king? Was this possible? The ancestor was definitely the strongest person since ancient times. He was the eternal number one. All races and all living beings admitted that the ancestor was invincible among those of the same level. After becoming the Divine King with a second domain, his realm had reached the peak. Therefore, the ancestor was invincible. However, he said that once an Emperor God was born, then he would be able to compete with the Divine King in the domain. This was really shocking. The ancestor once said that the Void Emperor who could compete with him back then had a talent development quotient that exceeded 2. 3, but had yet to reach 2. 4. However, in terms of combat power, he was almost catching up to the ancestor. If he could reach 2. 4, then he would truly have the strength to compete with the ancestor. Chapter 131. Now, do you understand how terrifying Lu Feng's talent as a psychic is? Lu Tao was expressionless as he nodded gently. At this moment, his mind was in a state of turmoil. In the hearts of the entire Lu family, Lu Feng's bloodline was the closest to the primogenitors. His aptitude as a warrior was second only to the primogenitor human monarch. However, no one could have imagined that Lu Feng's talent as a psychic was even greater than that of a warrior. Above psychic, he might really have the talent to contend with the primogenitor human monarch. No wonder Dao Song Tian could offer such conditions and give up so much just to have Xiao Feng as a disciple. In that case, Grand Ancestor, what should the Lu family do in the future? In the beginning, Lu Feng's path had been determined to be a warrior. However, when he realized that Lu Feng's natural development quotient was as high as 2. 4, he hesitated. After all, even if Lu Feng chose the warrior path, even if he became the Divine King, he would still only be the second strongest person in the universe. Although his bloodline was the closest, it was still not the complete bloodline of the primogenitor human monarch. However, on the path of a psychic, he would have the opportunity to truly contend with the primogenitor human monarch. He would truly have the qualifications to contend with the primogenitor human monarch as the strongest person in history. How were they supposed to make a choice? The Grand Ancestor was silent. After a moment, he sighed deeply. At this point, he could no longer say anything. After all, they simply couldn't determine the future path of such a freak. After thinking about it, he could only shake his head helplessly. The Grand Ancestor said, "In that case, let's let Lu Feng develop on his own. No one can say for sure what his future path will be. Or perhaps he can choose for himself." After leaving the spacecraft center, Lu Fenglai found a taxi at the entrance and headed straight for Honglan City. Along the way, the taxi driver kept looking for topics to talk about with Lu Feng. However, Lu Feng was still immersed in the shock from before. Therefore, he didn't pay any attention to the driver. Finally, the driver seemed to have realized that Lu Feng wasn't in a good mood, so he stopped talking to Lu Feng. Sitting in the hover car, Lu Feng kept thinking about the information that Lu Tao had given him. Lu Feng understood that his talent wasn't as bad as he had imagined when he was distracted by the spiritual divergence. But when he really understood, Lu Feng finally understood that his talent was actually shocking to such an extent. But soon, Lu Feng understood the reason. I definitely didn't have the talent to be a psychic before this. If it was just a little bit, I wouldn't have felt nothing for so long. Everything changed when I entered the mysterious Tong Tian Fudu. It seems that I was able to become a psychic because I cultivated the primordial sutra and opened up the God's domain. Now that I think about it, the reason why I have such an abnormal talent is all because of Shun Yuan. This was the only possibility that Lu Feng could think of. Opening up the God's domain had allowed his comprehension to reach a terrifying level. Originally, Lu Feng had thought that the God's domain's function was to increase his comprehension and be able to use the supreme immortal techniques of the Primordial Sutra in the future. But now he understood that opening up the God's domain had actually caused him to undergo earth-shattering changes. After sitting in the hover car for a long time, Lu Feng gradually stopped thinking about it. All that was left was endless joy. Soon, he put away all his thoughts. After all, he only had amazing talent now, but he didn't have the slightest bit of strength. If he didn't work hard, then his talent would only be an illusion that would shatter at the slightest touch. Lu Feng raised his hand and looked at the payment card that he had been holding in his hand. After calming down, he felt a little interested. Previously, Lu Feng's parents were only high-ranking members of BUCC, so his monthly expenses were based on that standard. Now that he had re-established himself as a member of the Lu family, everything should have changed. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have given him a new payment card. Holding in his hand, Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry to see how much money was inside. Instead, he looked at the payment card. However, what made Lu Feng depressed was that no matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a payment card. There were many types of payment cards in the Federation. In the entire Federation, there was the Federation Bank. There were also similar banks in many places and galaxies. However, Lu Feng was certain that the payment card in his hand was definitely not issued by any bank. This was because there were dozens of bank names densely printed on it. As everyone knew, any payment card issued by a bank would have its own name printed on the card. Of course, there were also a few special payment cards that were issued by one or several banks together. However, there wasn't a single one that had more than 20 bank names densely printed on it like the one in his hand. I've never heard of a card issued by more than 20 banks together. These 20 banks include the Federation Bank. Almost all of them are among the top 30 banks in the Federation. If they wanted to issue a card jointly, it would have caused a sensation long ago. So, the payment card in my hand shouldn't be a joint issue. Lu Feng was very confused. However, he stopped thinking about it after a while. Since I don't understand, I'll check it out on the Sky Network. That way, I won't have to be confused anymore. Thinking of this, Lu Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He turned on the Sky Network communication device on his wrist and entered the Sky Network, virtual, three-dimensional network. Lu Feng checked many different payment cards issued by the Federation over the years, but he still couldn't find a similar one. Finally, Lu Feng stopped looking for the origin of this special payment card. After hesitating for a while, Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something. Finally, he logged onto the official Sky Network platform of the Federation Bank. Since there's a serial number on it and the name of the Federation Bank, I'll try and see if I can find the balance there. Soon, Lu Feng chose to log into his account. He used the Sky Network scanner to scan it. Just as Lu Feng felt that there was no hope, the login interface of the Federation Bank suddenly changed. Lu Feng understood this change. It meant that he had logged in. Gradually, the image began to change. However, in the face of this scene, Lu Feng was once again confused. This was because the scene that appeared was not something that he often saw when he logged in. However, after looking at it for a while, Lu Feng finally confirmed that this was the official login interface of the Federation Bank. However, Lu Feng didn't understand why this interface was so different. Lu Feng didn't choose to check the specific information. Instead, he chose the option to check the balance. After a thousandth of a second, the page changed again. This time, it was the balance option that appeared. Looking at the numbers displayed on the page, Lu Feng was at a loss. It wasn't because the numbers were too big or too small. It was because this page didn't have any numbers at all. In the balance option, where the numerical balance should have been, there were only 5 eye-catching X symbols. This point really made Lu Feng confused and at a loss. What the hell is this? How much money is in this payment card that Dad gave me? What's the use of it? At this moment, Lu Feng was going crazy. Lu Tao left after giving him this thing. There wasn't even a specific use for it. How was Lu Feng supposed to use it? Helpless, he put the special payment card in his pocket. Lu Feng didn't pay attention to it anymore. He knew that once his dad left, it would be more difficult to contact him. Therefore, he could only hold back any questions he had and wait for an opportunity to ask him in the future. Moreover, he still had a few million on him. This money was definitely enough for Lu Fenglai. In addition, he still had elixirs, so he didn't need to buy any medicine needed by psychics. As for the warrior aspect, now that he had condensed a supreme, true essence of martial arts, what he needed to do next was continue to condense cultivation techniques. After all, in just half a year, he had gone from an ordinary person to a low-level, high-level warrior. Although I'm a low-level, high-level warrior, as long as I can condense 10 supreme, true essences of martial arts, stack my cultivation techniques to the limit of a 9-fold amplification, and use my physical body to reach a 6-fold amplification. When the time comes, I'll be able to fight even a peak high-level warrior. If I add my invincible bloodline and great demon true body, I'm afraid that even a peak high-level warrior of the starry sky, or even nebula level, might not be a match for me. Lu Feng's physical body was currently 6 times stronger, and the descent of the great demon true body and bloodline seething had an unimaginable increase. If he could condense his cultivation techniques to the extent of a 9-fold amplification, Lu Feng believed that even a peerless genius of the nebula level wouldn't be a match for him. Perhaps only a peak high-level warrior of the Federation level would be able to make Lu Feng go all out. A peak high-level warrior of the Federation level is already in existence that can fight against a warrior. Some of the heaven-defying ones can even obliterate a warrior's existence. I don't know if I can do this now. Previously, when Lu Feng was a mid-level warrior, although he could kill a warrior in the evolution period, there were too many coincidences involved. Lu Feng wasn't sure if he could do it again, if he experienced it again. However, now that he had so much, his strength had soared by more than 10 times compared to before. After becoming a high-level warrior, the density of his strength had increased by at least 2 times, and after comprehending quality, his destructive power had increased by more than 3 times. Choosing the right quality, Lu Feng could even explode with 4 times the combat power. After entering the second stage of the Great Demon True Body, the Great Demon Blessing had also increased a lot. Although he still couldn't summon the Great Demon, his power had increased a lot. Chapter 132. Overall, Lu Feng's combat strength had increased by at least 10 times. Once he condensed 9 to 10 types of ultimate martial truth, the increase in his strength would increase by dozens of times. At that time, no one would be a match for him unless it was a peak advanced warrior of the Federation's level. Therefore, Lu Feng believed that he should be able to challenge a martial artist. However, he would only be able to challenge ordinary martial artists. As for those genius martial artists or killing them, there was not much of a possibility. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about his strength, the hover car had already arrived at the gate of the Federal University. After getting out of the car and paying the fare, Lu Feng stood quietly at the gate. I wonder how Yongheng is doing. Thinking of a Yongheng, Lu Feng sighed deeply. When he woke up, he had continuously tried to contact Li Yongheng, but unfortunately, he could not get in touch with him. At one point, Lu Feng had already affected Li Yongheng by his powerful destruction. However, through his family's connections, he received news of Li Yongheng. During that shocking collision, Although Li Yongheng was affected, his life was not in any danger. However, after seeing the degree of danger, the Li family of Yaolon came to take Li Yongheng back to the family. The information that Lu Tao gave Lu Feng was that Li Yongheng was cultivating in a secret realm of the Li family of Yaolon, hoping to completely awaken his bloodline as soon as possible so that he could soar into the sky. Since he knew that Li Yongheng was not in any danger, Lu Feng did not have much of a burden. He knew that once he entered the secret realm, he would not be able to come out for a few years. In other words, he would not be able to contact Li Yongheng for the next few years. Shaking his head with a smile, Lu Feng walked toward the Federal University. I wonder if the school canceled my student status, Lu Feng muttered to himself. Of course, this was just a joke. Lu Feng already understood that the upper echelons of the Federal University's Cymbidium branch already knew of his existence. Not only did they know that he was a direct descendant of the Lu family, but they also knew about his talent development. As for the matter of Dao Santian asking for Lu Feng from the Lu family, Lu Feng himself was also aware of it. Therefore, he was certain that his student status would not be revoked. Lu Feng picked up the heavenly network and looked at the remaining time of the semester. His expression darkened slightly. It was now December. According to the standard, there were less than 20 days left before the final exams and holidays. Lu Feng could only smile helplessly when he thought about his energy in the first semester. I didn't expect my first semester to end like this. I've only stayed on campus for a few days during the entire 5 months of the semester. Even if I include the last 20 days, it would only be a little more than a tenth of the time. With a student like me, even the teachers would have a headache. While talking to himself, Lu Feng had already taken the school's hover car to the main teaching building. Lu Feng gave the hover car to Li Yongheng. He believed that after the collision, his hover car should have been scrapped. Although there was compensation insurance, Lu Feng would not ask for compensation from the Insurance Alliance. After all, one of the main culprits of the accident was him. Lu Feng opened the heavenly network and found the principal's floor. He nodded lightly. He closed the heavenly network and walked directly into the main teaching building. Looking at the extravagant decorations around him, Lu Feng could not help but exclaim at the wealth of the Federal University. This kind of layout and luxurious building was even more luxurious than a government office building. Looks like only the Federal University has such a huge amount of wealth to decorate it. In the information given to him by the Lu family, there was a part that recorded the division of many forces in the Federation. Although he could not remember all of it, Lu Feng clearly remembered the real top forces. Among them, the Lu family and the Federation government were undoubtedly the strongest forces. Other than these two dominant forces, the Federal University and the 8 great families were second only to these two strongest forces. However, there were also strong and weak forces. The Federal University was a peak force that was even stronger than the 8 great families. Since it is the strongest peak force, it should have such wealth. Looking at the students and teachers coming and going, Lu Feng finally understood why the Federal University was so strong. He walked to the stairway to heaven and pressed the virtual button for level 999. Then, Lu Feng was transported up the stairway to heaven. From the lowest level to the top level 999, even though it was called the stairway to heaven that accelerated without gravity, it still took Lu Feng almost 10 minutes. By the time he reached the 999th floor, Lu Feng was once again slightly shocked. If the layout of the lower level could be said to be luxurious, then the top level, which belonged to the principal and the school, could not be described with words. Damn, the walls are made of black gold. This is Sky Dragon wood. It was actually carved into a bonsai and placed here. That is fire essence stone. What is this? What a strong wave of water energy. Lu Feng realized that he was getting more and more shocked. The materials used for decoration in front of him were all high-grade materials in the Federation. Any one of them would cost tens of thousands of dollars per kilogram in the market. And here, Lu Feng estimated that there were at least a few hundred tons. There were also many materials that were used to make high-grade mechas. Their value was more than 10 times higher than ordinary materials. What extravagance! Terrifying, this is really terrifying. Although the Lu family is one of the strongest forces in the human race, their wealth is still not comparable to the Federal University. The Lu family was one of the two strongest forces, but this did not mean that the Lu family had a lot of wealth. They were strong because they had a strong foundation and were strong. What they gathered were things that could not be bought with money. It was also because of this that the Lu family did not value the Federation's money very much. This also led to the fact that, although the Lu family was the strongest force, their wealth could not even be compared to some of the more active superfamilies. Of course, even if there was a gap, it would not be too big. For a force like this, even if they did not have money, they would still be the richest in the Federation. Lu Feng spent nearly 20 minutes going around and around before he finally found the principal's office. Looking at the door carved from titanium alloy wood, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before knocking on it. For a moment, there was an incomparable silence. Finally, after waiting for a few seconds, a voice came from behind the door. "Please come in." Lu Feng took a deep breath and pushed open the luxurious door. This was the first time Lu Feng had entered the principal's office. The room was not very big, only about 100 square meters. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, such an area was already very terrifying. However, this was nothing to a terrifying psychic wand. The decoration inside was completely different from the outside. The decorations inside were very ordinary. From this, Lu Feng could tell that his principal did not like luxury. Li Tianlai was silently writing something at the huge desk in front of him. When he heard Lu Feng enter, he did not even raise his head. He only said, "What do you want?" Lu Feng wrinkled his nose slightly, not knowing what to say. However, he also understood that this legendary principal would not make things difficult for him. After all, he definitely knew his identity. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feng looked at Li Tianlai, who was still burying his head. Finally, he said, "Principal, I'm here to ask if there's any problem with my student status. I'm also here to report." In fact, Lu Feng had already thought about it before. He knew that there was no problem with his student status. This time, he came to inform Li Tianlai that he had arrived. Otherwise, after disappearing for more than a month, it would be a bit unreasonable for him to suddenly come back and just sit in the classroom like this. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Li Tianlai frowned slightly. The next moment, he finally raised his head. His originally somewhat unhappy expression instantly became extremely stiff when he saw Lu Feng. You're Lu Feng." Li Tianlai was already very familiar with this face. Although the only time he saw Lu Feng's real face, Lu Feng was already badly mutilated. However, this did not prevent Li Tianlai from familiarizing himself with Lu Feng, a peerless monster with a talent actualization quotient above 2.0. This was definitely a psychic monster that the entire Federation feared. Moreover, unlike the other teachers, Li Tianlai truly knew Lu Feng's talent actualization quotient. After all, after talking to Dao Songtian, Li Tianlai personally checked Lu Feng's file. When he saw the number on the talent actualization quotient of 2.4, Li Tianlai contacted Dao Songtian again. It was because of this that Dao Songtian had personally asked the Lu family for Luo Yunyang. His talent development quotient is 2.4, which is even higher than teachers. This is definitely the most terrifying talent development quotient in the history of our Psyche Masters. According to teachers' words, this Lu Feng will most likely become the supreme existence that leads us Psyche Masters one day. He is the only one who has the qualifications and hopes to break through the final shackle. In his heart, he could no longer view Lu Feng as he usually did. A demon-level psychic genius could be said to be extremely terrifying. It was something that only appeared once in 100 years in the Federation. However, there were still such geniuses. Due to various reasons, the number of such geniuses was definitely not small. However, a talent actualization quotient of 2 or above was extremely rare in the entire Federation. It was something that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Furthermore, a talent actualization quotient of 2 2 or above meant that one already had the potential to break through to the Void Emperor realm. The Void Emperor was a terrifying existence that could be called the supreme of the heterodox path. It was an exceptional almighty that could compete with the peerless divine king. Chapter 133. This was the level of a psychic's talent. As for the higher levels, they would be able to leave their names in history and be remembered by the entire Federation and the entire universe. However, the young man in front of him had a talent development quotient of 2, for this was the first person in history to achieve this. Thinking back to the second time when he told his teacher, Dao Song-Tian, about Lu Feng's talent development quotient, Li Tianlai could not help but feel his heart tremble. Lu Feng looked at Li Tianlai, whose face was constantly changing, and revealed a trace of doubt. He coughed softly and said, "Principal, I'm Lu Feng." Finally, Li Tianlai woke up. At this time, Li Tianlai's expression changed a few times in an instant and completely restored his previous serious face. However, Lu Feng could feel the warmth and closeness in this seriousness. "Lu Feng, why are you? You're back." Hearing this, Lu Feng smiled slightly and nodded gently. He said, "Yes, the final exam is coming. If I don't come, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass." Lu Feng's words made Li Tianlai smile. He knew that Lu Feng was joking. However, the atmosphere soon became quiet for a while. Neither of them spoke. There was a strange atmosphere spreading. As if thinking of something, Li Tianlai hesitated slightly and finally asked, "Lu Feng, I think you already know everything. I don't understand. Why are you here?" If this was said to someone else, there might be some problems. After all, where else could a student go if he did not come to class? However, both of them were people who understood. Lu Feng also knew what Li Tianlai meant. Lu Feng was silent for a while and said, "Actually, Dao Song-Tian has already contacted the Lu family, and the Lu family wants to let me go. After all, although I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family, the concentration of my bloodline is not very high. In the Lu family, I'm not the most important descendant. Back then, it was not because of me that the ancestors of the Lu family were able to come. It was because of a coincidence. Therefore, after Dao Song-Tian spoke, the Lu family hesitated for a while and agreed." Lu Feng told a lie to Li Tianlai. Up until now, the only people who truly knew about Lu Feng's terrifying bloodline concentration were the 100 ancestors of the Lu family hidden in the Pure Land, as well as his own father and mother. Those patriarchs had not left the Human King Palace for hundreds or thousands of years, so they would never have the chance to reveal Lu Feng's secret. As for his parents, Lu Feng didn't have the slightest doubt. However, Lu Feng also knew that no one would believe him if he said that he did not have a bloodline. After all, he had already unleashed the power of his bloodline during the battle when he had been seriously injured. Therefore, he had said that he had the bloodline of the Lu family, but the concentration was not high. Furthermore, he had become a disciple of Dao Song-Tian, so people would think that he was not valued by the Lu family. In this way, there would be fewer people paying attention to him, and there would be fewer dangerous situations. As he thought about this, Lu Feng said, "Therefore, as long as I can guarantee my own safety, I can come out whenever I want." Upon hearing this, Li Tianlai nodded his head gently. However, he still had some doubts, so he asked, "I think that the reason you came to the Federal University must have something to do with my teacher, Dao Song-Tian." Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Li Tianlai, who knew that his guess was correct, said, "In that case, you should head directly to the capital administrative planet. I think that my teacher hopes that you can become his disciple. But why did you come here?" This was Li Tianlai's biggest question. In fact, when he saw Lu Feng, he understood that it must have been his teacher, Dao Song-Tian, who asked Lu Feng to leave the Lu family after recovering from the assassination attempt. However, Lu Feng did not go to his teacher directly. Instead, he came to a branch school on a level 3 life planet. This was very puzzling. In response to Li Tianlai's question, Lu Feng only smiled slightly. He had already guessed that Li Tianlai would have such a question. After all, his father had asked him the same thing. As for Lu Feng, he had already answered. This time, he had to answer once again. He had to give a proper answer. Principal, if I want to enter the Federal University's main campus, then it's just a matter of saying a word. However, this is not what I want. I know the rules of the Federal University. Any genius who wants to enter the main campus has to work hard. They have to go through layers and layers of tests before they can enter. As for me, I don't need the main campus to make an exception. If I want to enter, I want to walk in with my head held high. I, Lu Feng, will not rely on any connections. I want to prove. I want everyone to understand that I, Lu Feng, am indomitable and do not rely on anyone. Li Tianlai was silent. He could hear that Lu Feng's words came from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Lu Feng gave Li Tianlai a completely different feeling. It was a kind of courage and perseverance that no matter how uncertain the future was, no matter how bumpy and rugged it was, he would bravely move forward without the slightest bit of fear. Good. Lu Feng, in the past, in my eyes, you were only a person with exceptional talent. I did not understand anything else. However, after that battle, through Mu Shuyan's description, you had a completely new impression in my heart. At that time, you became a little more substantial in my heart. You were a responsible and hot-blooded youth who was never afraid. And today, your words have made me understand and appreciate you even more. I believe that as long as you are given time, you will definitely be able to walk to the peak. You will be respected and worshipped by billions of people. Hearing Li Tianlai's slightly emotional praise, Lu Feng revealed a slightly embarrassed expression. Although what Li Tianlai said was not wrong, Lu Feng still felt a little embarrassed. In fact, Lu Feng chose to return to the Cymbidium and start from the beginning. Other than his own pride, the biggest reason was that Lu Feng had already calculated everything. He understood that even if he started from here and competed with others, he could still enter the Federal University. This time, Li Tianlai did not come empty-handed. Instead, he came with 5 specially recruited students from the Federal University General Hospital. This was very tempting, but for those geniuses at the Federation level, it was still ordinary. In addition, the news had not spread completely, so there were not even Nebula-level geniuses competing at the Federal University Cymbidium branch this time. The strongest ones were only Nebula-level super geniuses. These people might have already converted a lot of their potential into strength, but for Lu Fenglai, they were not impossible to surpass. Moreover, Lu Feng's main competitors this time were psychics. At the moment, the most talented people in the psychic faculty were probably Mu Xian, Su Wenchao, and a few others. They were currently hovering around mid-level and high-level psychics. Lu Feng was still quite a distance away from them. However, Lu Feng was confident that he could catch up to him in an extremely short period of time. Lu Feng's choice was not without the intention of forcing himself. The size of my Shenyuan has already reached the level of the second stage of the Origin Sutra, the Soul Fusion Realm. Therefore, as long as I can comprehend the true meaning of the first and second stages of the Origin Sutra, I should be able to reach the second stage of the Origin Sutra in an extremely short period of time. The limit of the Soul Fusion Realm was the pinnacle of high-level psychics. Coupled with the existence of a terrifying number of pills, as long as he could comprehend them, Lu Feng was confident that he could become a pinnacle high-level psychic in an extremely short period of time. Once he became a pinnacle psychic master, he would have the most terrifying talent development rate in history. In addition, it was recorded in the primordial scripture that only those who had reached the small completion of the second realm could come in contact with those horrible cultivation methods. Lu Feng believed that he would definitely be able to suppress everyone. It was precisely because of these reasons that Lu Feng had chosen this path and returned to the Cymbidium branch of the Federal University. After chatting with Li Tianlai for a while, Lu Feng left the principal's office. After leaving for more than a month, he still had to return to his dormitory to tidy up. Looking at Lu Feng's departing figure, Li Tianlai did not hesitate. He immediately opened the Sky Network and started contacting Dao Santian. I haven't been back for a month, and nothing has changed. However, why do I feel like this place is no longer what it used to be? Although Lu Feng had not walked this path many times, it was not considered too little. However, this time, Lu Feng felt exceptionally different. Of course, Lu Feng knew that nothing had changed. The only thing that had changed was himself. Following the direction of the path in his memory, Lu Feng walked directly to his dormitory. Soon, Lu Feng arrived in front of dormitory number 97. He took out his school card, passed the verification, and directly entered the dormitory building. Lu Feng took the staircase and ascended to his dormitory floor. Lu Feng had already seen the school's curriculum just now. Today, it was the break time. It was the weekend of the week, so all the classes have been suspended. According to Lu Feng's previous contact with the dormitory, he guessed that there should be someone in the dormitory room. Of course, there should be someone. After all, it was not nighttime, but afternoon time. He came to the door of the room and directly took out the key to open the door without knocking. At this time, a lazy voice came from the room. "Little Chung, why are you back so early today?" Chapter 134. Lu Feng knew who it was when he heard the slightly vulgar words. With a slight smile, Lu Feng knew that his guess was right. There was indeed someone in the room. Previously, he thought that Qi Yunxing, as a warrior, didn't have any holidays. In his mind, he needed to train hard at any time and place. However, unlike Qi Yunxing's hard work, Su Wenxiao from the psychic department was the opposite. He was almost a complete otaku. Although he had an extremely terrifying talent, he had never worked hard. Compared to Mu Shuiyan, his psyche master level was still a level lower. Little Chung didn't come back, but your brother Feng came back. Although they didn't spend much time together, Lu Feng felt that these people in the dormitory were worth befriending. His relationship with Qi Yunxing and Su Wenxiao was also very good. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with joking. After saying this, Lu Feng heard the sound of someone getting off the bed. A few seconds later, a figure appeared in front of Lu Feng. Su Wenxiao looked at Lu Feng with a look of surprise. He directly stretched out his fist and punched Lu Feng hard. He said, "Xiaofeng, you're finally back. How is it? Have you taken care of the things at home?" Things at home? Lu Feng was stunned for a moment before he recovered from the shock. He knew that when he wasn't here, someone must have lied for him. Therefore, Lu Feng continued with this. Okay. I came back to find you guys as soon as I took care of it." Hearing Lu Feng's answer, Su Wenxiao curled his lips slightly and said, "But you're really a fierce person. Not only were you late for school for nearly 4 months, but you even skipped class and went home after a few days. This time, it was more than a month. In the first semester of freshman year, I saw that you didn't even spend 1/10 of your time there. Someone like you should be expelled from the school." Lu Feng also knew that Su Wenxiao was joking. He didn't refute anything and just laughed heartily. The next moment, Su Wenxiao opened the Sky network on his wrist and connected to a number. It didn't take long for the call to connect. When he heard the voice coming from the Sky network, Lu Feng knew who it was. "Little Chung, Xiaofeng is back. Come back and celebrate." On the other side, there was also an urgent voice. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lu Feng could clearly tell that it was Qi Yunxing. Soon, Su Wenxiao hung up the call and said to Lu Feng, "Little Chung will be back in a while. Feng Zi, your brother's missed you so much these days. Why don't you treat us tonight?" He was as wretched and shameless as ever. This was the Su Wenxiao that Lu Feng was familiar with. This was the Su Wenxiao in Lu Feng's heart. Although he didn't spend much time with Su Wenxiao and Qi Yunxing, in Lu Feng's heart, he already regarded the two of them as his friends. When he heard Su Wenxiao's joke, Lu Feng only felt the happy atmosphere between friends. Without hesitation, Lu Feng said directly, "Okay, where do you want to go?" Lu Feng spoke with some confidence. After all, although he didn't know the purpose of the payment card that Lu Tao gave him, Lu Feng still had nearly 5 million in cash. On a third-level life planet like the Cymbidium, in this university campus, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. In addition, Lu Feng's need for money was not that big now, so he didn't care about where to treat. Su Wenxiao also knew about Lu Feng's family. How could the child of Buck's top management not have money? Therefore, he didn't have the slightest idea of saving money for Lu Feng. He was already thinking about what to eat. It didn't take long for Qi Yunqing to come back. The moment he entered the dormitory door, Lu Feng could see a slightly nervous look on his honest face. Qi Yunqing walked into the room and looked at Lu Feng, who didn't change at all and seemed to be gently relieved. This time, Lu Feng was keenly aware. In an instant, Lu Feng thought of the reason, and his eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. Lu Feng looked at his two friends in the dormitory. Lu Feng, you're back. I was wondering where you went. You've been gone for more than a month. Listening to Qi Yunqing's joke, Lu Feng just smiled softly and didn't say anything. Lu Feng could naturally understand Qi Yunqing's thoughts. When he left, it happened to be the day his father killed a god. It was also on that day that the Cymbidium suffered an unprecedented shock. Although the two of them probably wouldn't associate him with the deicide, he had disappeared on that day. Therefore, they were worried about his safety from the bottom of their hearts. It was precisely because of this that Qi Yunqing had such an expression when he came in. Okay, what's the point of saying that? Tonight, Xiao Feng is treating. Let's eat to our heart's content. Su Wenchao gave Qi Yunqing a look and quickly said. Although Qi Yunqing had a mind that was more mature than his peers under his simple and honest appearance, he still couldn't be compared with Su Wenchao, a psychic. From the beginning until now, Su Wenchao had never asked where Lu Feng went because he knew that everyone had their own secrets. Once he asked, it wouldn't be good for everyone. Hearing Su Wenchao's plan, Qi Yunqing didn't say anything. He smiled and kept winking at Lu Feng. With a wretched smile that only Su Wenchao had, he said, Lu Feng, I just came back from training. Recently, I've been so poor that I haven't eaten for many days. This time, I must eat all the food for the next few days. Lu Feng smiled helplessly. He knew that Qi Yunqing was joking. As the young master of the Qi family of the Yuan River planet, Qi Yunqing might not be as rich as a country, but he wasn't much worse than the average super-rich person. Therefore, saying that he was too poor to eat was a complete joke. Hearing this, Su Wenchao, who was next to Lu Feng, only said animal and didn't say anything else. Finally, the three of them walked out of the dormitory and headed outside. Let's go eat outside. Anyway, Feng Zi won't lack that little bit of money. How about it? Lu Feng naturally didn't have any objections. Qi Yunqing just wanted to eat his fill and didn't have any other thoughts. In that case, I'll drive. Otherwise, I won't be able to walk with my small body. Su Wenchao was a psychic, and his body was weak. Naturally, he couldn't walk as far as Lu Feng and Qi Yunqing. Okay, we'll wait for you here. Remember to hurry. Got it. Looking at Su Wenchao's disappearing figure, Qi Yunqing shrugged slightly and said to Lu Feng, to be honest, Wenchao's family is really rich. Although I'm a young master, because I'm a warrior and I don't want the family to gossip, my monthly living expenses aren't that high. Not to mention a car. It's not even enough to eat outside a few times. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. Qi Yunqing and his good brother Li Yongheng were very similar. It was just that Li Yongheng's father was obviously stricter. Li Yongheng could be called the first bloodline of the Yaolanli family. He was probably very noble, but his living standards were very low, very low. It was even lower than what Qi Yunqing said. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't have any doubts about Qi Yunqing's words. The two of them waited for Su Wenchao. Qi Yunqing also told Lu Feng a lot of things that happened in the school during his absence. Lu Feng listened quietly. Time passed quickly. Half an hour passed quickly. At this time, Lu Feng frowned slightly. He looked at the time on the Sky Network and said, Where did Wenchao go? I remember that there's a parking lot not far from our dormitory. Didn't he park the car there? Hearing this, Qi Yunqing's eyes flashed with a strange light. He only laughed it off and didn't explain anything. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng knew that the two of them were hiding something from him. But knowing was one thing, Lu Feng didn't say anything. Finally, after a full 40 minutes had passed, a hover car slowly drove over. Lu Feng, Wenchao is here. Let's go over. Qi Yunqing recognized Su Wenchao's car, so when he saw the car slowly driving over, he directly pulled Lu Feng over. But he didn't see the slightly strange look in Lu Feng's eyes. Indeed, It was Su Wenchao who was sitting in the luxurious car. But he wasn't the only one in the car. As an advanced warrior with a perfect body, Lu Feng's vision was absolutely terrifying. So even from a distance, Lu Feng could clearly see who was sitting in the car. It's her. Lu Feng also recognized the other person sitting in the car. She was Mu Shuiyin, whom he saved before. Without letting Lu Feng think too much, the car soon arrived in front of Lu Feng and Qi Yunqing. At this time, Su Wenchao didn't have time to stop the car, but the door of the passenger seat had already opened. Mu Shuiyin almost rushed out of the front passenger seat like this. In a few steps, she was already standing in front of Lu Feng. At this time, Su Wenchao had just turned off the power system, and the car door hadn't even opened yet. Lu Feng quietly looked at Mu Shuiyin, slightly embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Mu Shuiyin looked at Lu Feng with burning eyes, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Seeing this scene, Su Wenchao pulled Qi Yunqing, who was standing next to him with a face full of gossip, and gave him a fierce look. Seeing Su Wenchao's appearance, Qi Yunqing shrugged helplessly, turned around, and began to clear the scene with Su Wenchao. Time passed by, and at this time, Lu Feng became more and more embarrassed. When he saved Mu Shuiyin, it wasn't because Lu Feng had any thoughts about her, but as a man, he would never take a step back in such a situation. Although it was a bit stupid, that was himself, that was Lu Feng. He was so stubborn, and now, when he met Mu Shuiyin, he was at a loss of what to do. Chapter 135. As if she could sense Lu Feng's awkwardness, Mu Shuiyin smiled gently and eased the awkward atmosphere. She looked at Lu Feng with a strange glint in her eyes. In the end, she threw herself into Lu Feng's arms. To be honest, Lu Feng's appearance was like a fantasy to her. The first time they met was at the Psychic Guild Hall in the Heavenly Network. At that time, she did not have a deep impression of Lu Feng. The only impression she had was that Lu Feng was slightly out of sorts when they met for the first time. The second time she met him was at school. That was the first time he came to school after skipping classes for 4 months. The second time they met, Mu Shuiyin's impression of Lu Feng began to change. She started to have some interest in him. She could still clearly remember Lu Feng's indifferent look when they met for the second time. She could tell that Lu Feng was not pretending. He was really indifferent. This made Mu Shuiyin very uncomfortable. She was even a little angry. Who was she? She was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. She was the eldest daughter of the Mu family in the super galaxy, the Tianyun galaxy. Ever since she was young, even the children of some super aristocratic families could not ignore her. However, Lu Feng looked at her with a completely indifferent gaze. This made Mu Shuiyin feel a strange emotion. It was from then on that Lu Feng had left a deep impression in her heart. The third time they met was at the Psychic Guild Hall. At that time, teacher Zhao Kuan introduced Lu Feng to everyone for the first time. After that, when the training ended, Mu Shuiyin did not know why she suddenly went to look for Lu Feng. However, no matter what, it was the first time she put everything aside to look for a boy. Unfortunately, Lu Feng's attitude towards her seemed to have changed again. He actually looked a little fearful. This finally made Mu Shuiyin completely angry. However, Mu Shuiyin did not expect that their fourth meeting would come so quickly and so deeply. Mu Shuiyin was very annoyed by the pestering of the young master of the Han family. Just as she was about to leave, she accidentally bumped into Lu Feng. She seemed to feel that Lu Feng was unwilling to interact with her, which made her feel unusually uncomfortable. Therefore, Mu Shuiyin did not want to let Lu Feng have an easy time. She gave up on the idea of going back and chose to go out with Lu Feng. It could be said that this was the first time Mu Shuiyin had taken the initiative to go out with a boy. At first, she was a little nervous. However, Lu Feng did not give her any pressure. She did not feel any pressure. She didn't feel restrained at all, and this allowed her to gradually let go of her worries. Originally, she thought that this fourth meeting was going to end like this. However, that incident happened. At that time, Lu Feng showed her what it meant to be a peerless talent, what it meant to be unparalleled in the world. His identity also surprised her time and time again. Later on, She was even horrified. He was the direct bloodline of the Lu family and the only son of the God-Slayer. There was almost no one in the entire Federation who could compare to him. However, a person of such noble status was willing to risk his life for an unrelated person who was far superior to him. This could be called stupid, but in Mu Shuiyan's heart, this was a greatness that no one could compare to. During the month that Lu Feng left, she thought about the past every night. She thought about the things that Lu Feng had said to her and the things that he had done. She also thought about the terrifying scene that had happened. However, there was no fear in her heart. She only felt a sense of security. She felt safe in the face of hundreds of millions of threats. Thus, during the month that Lu Feng had left, she had contacted Lu Feng through Qi Yunqing and Su Wenchao almost every day. Unfortunately, the two of them did not have Lu Feng's contact information. Because of this, when she had received Su Wenchao's message, she had put down everything and rushed over. The moment she had seen Lu Feng, she had been unable to suppress the feelings in her heart. She had even put down her modesty and thrown herself into Lu Feng's arms in front of everyone. Finally, the scene that had happened just now had happened. As he looked at the beautiful person in his arms, Lu Feng felt awkward and did not know where to put his hands. By the time Lu Feng reacted, there was already no one around. To be honest, Lu Feng had a good impression of Mu Shuiyan. When he had first seen her in the Sky Network, Lu Feng had felt his heart skip a beat. However, it had only been a little throbbing, and for some reason, after the bloodline awakening and his memory slowly recovering, a figure would always appear in Lu Feng's mind. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. Lu Feng knew that the figure was not Li Yan. It was someone who had left a deep impression on him, but he had forgotten who she was. Lu Feng had asked Lu Tao about it before, but he had not received any answer. At that time, he even suspected that the figure was a person he had made up in the depths of his heart. In the end, he had no choice but to leave it as it was. Now, when he saw Mu Shuiyan, Lu Feng had mixed feelings. Finally, Lu Feng slowly lowered his arms and placed them on Mu Shuiyan's shoulders. The moment their bodies touched, Lu Feng could clearly feel Mu Shuiyan's slight tremble in his arms. But soon, everything was over. Just like that, in this quiet environment, the two of them hugged each other quietly. It could be said that they were people who had truly experienced life and death together. But now, when they met again, there was a strange feeling that was spreading around. Mu Shuiyan, can you get up? 10 minutes passed. Lu Feng finally felt a little uncomfortable. Slowly, he opened his mouth and said to the person in his arms. Hearing this, Mu Shuiyan's body trembled slightly again. In the next moment, she struggled out of Lu Feng's arms, and there was an extremely eye-catching blush on her face. However, as the eldest young miss of the Mu family, she would not blush like an ordinary girl and not know what was going on after blushing. With that extremely eye-catching blush, Mu Shuiyan looked at Lu Feng, who was also not very good, and suddenly said teasingly, I remember you said that when you see me, you will pursue me and don't let me reject you. Then let's start now. Hearing this, Lu Feng was even more embarrassed. He still remembered this. That was the witty words that Lu Feng said to ease his emotions when he was certain that he would die. But who knew that the development would turn out like this? Now, if Mu Shuiyan didn't mention it, Lu Feng really didn't remember. Looking at Lu Feng's even more embarrassed expression, Mu Shuiyan smiled slightly and finally let go of Lu Feng. At this moment, her eyes were also incomparably solemn. Looking at Lu Feng, Mu Shuiyan said softly, If you don't pursue me, then I will pursue you, okay? In the end, Lu Feng did not say anything, and with Mu Shuiyan's gentle teasing, the awkward atmosphere finally ended. Although Mu Shuiyan said in the end that it was a joke, Lu Feng could feel that this time, Mu Shuiyan didn't seem to be joking. Soon, the two of them found Qi Yunqing and Su Wenchao, who were chatting on the side. Looking at their incomparably strange gazes, Lu Feng could only bleed. The place that the four of them chose this time was still the flower garden. It could be said that the flower garden was the top place on the entire planet, and even in the entire Federation. Mu Shuiyan, who already knew about Lu Feng's identity, naturally didn't think that it was a big deal to spend money here. The four of them spent a total of nearly 30,000 yuan to end this feast. Of course, the protagonist of this four-person party was Lu Feng, and Mu Shuyan could also be added. However, the ones who ate the most were Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing. It could be said that out of the 30,000 yuan spent, the two of them at least spent 20,000 yuan. In the face of these two shameless people, Lu Feng was embarrassed to say anything because Mu Shuyan was present. After all, the two of them were shameless and wasteful. After eating, according to the shameless duo, they wanted to go out and have some fun. However, seeing that it was already late, Lu Feng and Mu Shuyan both refused. This time, they weren't the ones treating, and they weren't the protagonists. Since the host said that they didn't want to, they didn't say anything. They could only helplessly agree. In front of dormitory number 96, Mu Shuyan stood next to Lu Feng. She didn't care about the students coming and going around as she held Lu Feng's hand. In the beginning, Lu Feng wasn't used to it, but after a while it was fine. In fact, Lu Feng planned to let Su Wenchao drive them here directly. However, Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing, these two shameless people, seemed to have already discussed it. They directly parked the car in the parking lot of dormitory number 97, took out the key, and left without looking back. Lu Feng had no choice but to personally send Mu Shuyan back. Looking at the main door of the dormitory behind her, Mu Shuyan looked at the silent Lu Feng. Finally, she smiled and said, "Okay, we still have classes tomorrow morning. Go back and rest early. After all, we're different from those warriors. We don't need to rest." Speaking of this, Mu Shuyan seemed to have thought of Lu Feng's true identity. She stopped speaking. She still clearly remembered that a month ago, Lu Feng had activated his terrifying bloodline. With the weak body of an intermediate warrior, he had killed a warrior. "I forgot. Compared to the warriors in our school, you are more like a warrior. In the Cymbidium Federal University branch, there were only 2 warrior geniuses who could become warriors. Moreover, these 2 geniuses were from 2 first-rate families, although their levels were hundreds of times higher than Lu Fenglai's. However, in Mu Shuyan's heart, Lu Feng was the real, unparalleled warrior. Chapter 136. Lu Feng's achievements were incomparable to anyone else's. Mu Shuyan believed that as long as Lu Feng became a martial artist, he would be able to challenge a middle stage or even a high-stage martial artist while he was still in the evolution stage. Only such a person could be called a warrior. Lu Feng didn't say anything either. He was still silent. Mu Shuyan looked at the extremely quiet Lu Feng and thought of the crazy figure from before. She felt that it was a bit strange. She carefully looked at Lu Feng again and continued, "I've sorted out the exam notes for the past few months tonight. I believe that as long as you can remember it, the final exam this time shouldn't be too difficult." Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded slightly. To be honest, he was most worried about the final exam now. After all, up until now, the time he spent in school could be counted on one hand. Even if his memory was good and his comprehension was terrifying, it would be difficult for Lu Feng to directly give him something that he had never come into contact with before. "Okay, you can send me here. Looking at your unwilling face, people who don't know will think that I'm forcing you." To be honest, Lu Feng's expression wasn't very good right now. There were too many people around watching, and Lu Feng's character was not willing to accept so much attention. However, after hearing Mu Shuyan's words, Lu Feng forced a smile and said, "There's no such thing." Mu Shuyan smiled slightly and didn't say anything. She turned around and walked upstairs. Seeing Mu Shuyan's back disappear, Lu Feng also turned around and left. After sending off Mu Shuyan and returning to the dormitory, what greeted them was not the shameless duo's gratitude for today's feast, but the relentless interrogation of torture. The two of them were extremely curious about the relationship between Mu Shuyan and Lu Feng. After all, in the Cymbidium branch of the Federal University, Mu Shuyan's identity was almost the first person. Coupled with her almost perfect appearance, it could be said that she was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. However, Such a goddess had done so much for Lu Feng. Almost every day, she would look for them to ask about it. Even ghosts wouldn't believe that there was nothing between the two of them. However, Lu Feng could only ambiguously deceive the two of them. Did he have to tell his two roommates about his identity and tell them what happened that day? Soon, after promising countless unfair terms, Lu Feng finally made the two of them give up on pursuing the matter. After chatting in the dormitory for a while, after seeing Lu fall asleep, Su Wenchao also quickly fell asleep. Qi Yunqing also went asleep not long after. Finally, the three of them seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. However, Qi Yunqing and Su Wenchao didn't know that although Lu Feng closed his eyes, he didn't sleep. At that moment, Lu Feng's mind was constantly thinking. I'm now at the peak of a beginner psychic. If the first realm of the origin scripture can't be completed, it will be difficult for me to continue cultivating and break through to an intermediate psychic. As for my warrior side, I am now a beginner advanced warrior. What I need to do now is not to continue to cultivate to the limit. Of course, this is only for the improvement of the realm. The most important thing now is to comprehend the cultivation technique so that my cultivation technique can evolve and become a peak advanced cultivation technique. Lu Feng had already cultivated the second realm of the Great Devil True Body, the Golden Body Great Devil Realm, to the completion stage. It could be said that there were no obstacles before he became a peak advanced warrior. As long as he ensured the limit of his training, he could quickly enter the ranks of the peak advanced warriors. However, Lu Feng wasn't very urgent about this. After all, the Soul Sovereign was still an advanced cultivation technique that doubled the power. There were still at least 9 martial arts essences that needed to be refined before it could become a peak advanced cultivation technique. What Lu Feng wanted to improve the most now was the psychic aspect. Then, from now on, my goal will be to become a psychic. When I can raise the level of the psychic to the same level as a warrior, I will continue to think about other things. Vaguely, Lu Feng had a very strange feeling. He always felt that there was a strange connection between the origin scripture and the Great Devil True Body, although he didn't know what it was. However, this feeling made Lu Feng feel that the difference between the realms of the two cultivation techniques shouldn't be too big. Although he felt that this feeling was a little strange, Lu Feng, who believed in his own feelings, decided that what he needed to do now was to increase his level as a psychic. Although he wouldn't become a psychic grandmaster all of a sudden and be able to comprehend the mantra of pills, he had to at least increase his level to the same level as his own warrior. The first realm of the origin scripture is the nurturing God realm, which is to cultivate and condense the spirit. And this spirit shouldn't just be the God's origin. Lu Feng understood that if the God in the nurturing God realm referred to the God's origin, then after the God's origin was condensed, the first realm of the nurturing God realm should be able to reach the realm of great success. It wouldn't be like it was now, where it hadn't even reached the small success stage and required Lu Feng to continuously absorb power to achieve it. God probably also has the meaning of the God's origin, but this definitely isn't just the God's origin. Then what exactly is this God? The name of the nurturing God realm already explained everything. It was in the word nurturing. Only by cultivating the spirit could this realm truly reach the realm of great success. However, what was this God? After pondering for 2 hours, Lu Feng still couldn't figure out what this God referred to. Helpless, Lu Feng opened his eyes. After pondering for a while, Lu Feng immediately opened the Sky Network. Lu Feng knew that the origin scripture was a unique cultivation technique. It had appeared at the same time as the Great Demon True Body. As for the terror of the Great Devil True Body, Lu Feng had thoroughly experienced it. It was an incomprehensible enhancement, an extremely domineering and terrifying cultivation technique. Its power was definitely unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. The origin scripture, which was on par with the Human King scripture, was probably on par with the Human King scripture. Such a mysterious cultivation technique wasn't easy to comprehend. Furthermore, the origin scripture had never appeared before. Thus, no one could give an answer. If he wanted to understand everything and continue cultivating, he could only rely on himself. Since I can't figure it out, I'll take a look at the Sky Network and see if I can get some inspiration. After opening the Sky Network connector, Lu Feng immediately entered the Sky Network virtual network. He started a search for everything related to God. After entering the word God, Lu Feng discovered countless records about God. He blocked out those that were obviously useless. Lu Feng slowly and carefully observed. Just like that, he searched for more than an hour. When he felt that it was about time, Lu Feng exited the Sky Network. Although the entire room was dark as he lay on the bed, Lu Feng's eyes were unprecedentedly bright. He pondered over the information that he had seen and slowly summarized everything and the key points. According to the Sky Network, there are many types of God. Of course, I don't need the description of God. According to the ancient records on Earth, the origin of the human race, the definition of God is mainly one soul, which is the sun god's explanation. It is a special substance that exists independently of humans. In modern terms, it should be one soul. Although there are other explanations, this should be the most important one. It is the most useful one for the comprehension of the nurturing spirit realm. After all, the Origin Sutra and the Great Demon True Body appeared at the same time. They seem to be cultivation techniques that are faintly related. The essence of the Great Demon True Body was to refine all calamities and turn them into layers of extreme improvement. It would forge one's physical body into an unparalleled combat body. The mere existence of the body would be able to destroy and suppress everything. The primordial scripture was the opposite of the great devil true body. Therefore, the God it spoke of should be referring to one's soul. One focused on the external, cultivating the strongest physical body. The other focused on the internal, forging an immortal soul. The Origin Sutra should be cultivating one's soul. According to the primordial scripture, once one cultivates those terrifying spells in the later stages, one can easily change the heavens and the earth, causing even time to pale in comparison. This is something that the current psychic master cultivation techniques cannot compare to. In order to control such an enormous power, one would need an incomparably terrifying soul. Lu Feng knew that the immortal techniques recorded in the Origin Sutra were definitely dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the psychic master cultivation techniques of the same level that he knew of. Even if a psychic master of the same level wanted to use those cultivation techniques, he would need a huge amount of control. He would even need to put in a lot of effort. It would definitely not be any worse than controlling those technological weapons. Since some ordinary psychic master cultivation techniques required such extreme control, then what about the immortal techniques recorded in the Origin Sutra? It would definitely require even more terrifying control. And control was not related to the psychic master's level of mental strength. What required was a powerful soul. Only a powerful soul could be meticulous and control the slightest change. Everything that happened would be within one's control. One could do as one pleased and achieve the greatest degree of control and extreme changes. Then, this God should be referring to one's soul. Lu Feng was now certain that this God was referring to one's soul. At this moment, Lu Feng felt that everything had suddenly become clear. He finally understood the existence and definition of God. But the next moment, Lu Feng revealed a look of contemplation. After all, he already understood the definition of God. But if he wanted to cultivate, how could he do it? Chapter 137. Even telekinesis masters who specialize in mind power have to wait until they become telekinesis grandmasters before they can come into contact with the soul. Only by becoming a telekinesis grandmaster and materializing mind power can they come into contact with the existence of their own soul. Only then can they truly start to convert their mind power into soul power and cultivate their own soul. I'm only a pinnacle beginner telekinesis master now. What should I do? Only telekinesis grandmasters could come into contact with and cultivate the soul. At the previous levels, Due to the lack of mind power and the fact that one soul was weak, it was impossible to come into contact with it. However, Lu Feng was different. If he wanted to become a telekinesis grandmaster, he had to reach the soul harmony realm, the second stage of the Origin Sutra. However, since he was unable to cultivate his soul, he couldn't even reach the soul harmony realm, let alone the second stage. It could be said that Lu Feng was extremely conflicted. He already knew everything, yet he realized that he couldn't continue cultivating. This made him feel really depressed. No, existence is the reason. When the first stage of the Great Devil True Body was the Bronze Great Devil Realm, it allowed me to summon the Bronze Great Devil Realm. After that, I smoothly broke through and reached the small success stage of the Gold Great Devil Realm. This meant that the Great Devil True Body could be cultivated. In that case, the Origin Sutra that appeared along with it shouldn't be just a decoration. Lu Feng understood that although he hadn't become a telekinesis grandmaster, there should be something different about cultivating the Origin Sutra. At the very least, he should be able to come into contact with the existence of a god in his current realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the Origin Sutra. I'm no different from ordinary people. If there is a difference, it would be that in the depths of my heart, in my mind, I have opened up the divine plane. This is where I am different from ordinary people. Therefore, whether I can continue cultivating the Origin Sutra or not depends on the divine plane. As he thought about this, Lu Feng felt a burst of excitement. He couldn't come into contact with the soul now, but after condensing the divine plane, Lu Feng could easily come into contact with it. Without hesitation, he calmed his mind into the depths of his mind, where the divine plane was constantly revolving. Sensing the Shun Yuan that was like a small galaxy, Lu Feng focused all of his attention. According to the Primordial Sutra, the divine planes at the small success stage of the Nurture God realm should be in the form of a small sea. Only after reaching the minor perfection of the Soul Fusion realm will it begin to evolve and become an existence like the Milky Way. Back on Gufang's star, my bloodline was stimulated and completely awakened. His physical body had also been strengthened to the point where it had reached the realm of greater mastery. The Shun Yuan in the depths of my mind was also stimulated and became much stronger. After the trial of the 9 lifetimes fantasy realm, my divine planes received countless stimuli and began to change rapidly. It even mutated abruptly when I was at the initial Nurture God realm. Although its aura was still at the Nurture God realm, its size had already taken on the shape of a galaxy. This could be considered as the peak of the initial Fusion God realm. Since my divine origin has become even more powerful, it should be easier for me to comprehend the first level of the Nurture Spirit realm. Therefore, what I need to do now is to observe the changes in my divine planes and find out about the existence of gods and spirits. At this thought, Lu Feng finally had a direction. He gradually calmed down and focused all of his attention on the evolution of the divine planes. Lu Feng couldn't sense time there. After an indefinite amount of time, Lu Feng finally saw some clues as he looked at the divine planes that were revolving around the divine planes. This is it. Lu Feng had finally discovered it. Although the divine planes didn't change in the slightest every time, there was a slight difference. However, there was a slight difference. It was a strange power produced by the divine planes. When it was constantly revolving, the divine planes would produce a strange power. In the beginning, Lu Feng had thought that it was mind power. However, after careful observation, he realized that the strange power was completely different from mind power. Furthermore, the power produced didn't fill Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng realized that every time the divine planes started revolving, the strange power produced was the strongest. However, when it ended, it was the weakest. I can sense that the strange power produced by the divine planes is disappearing. It is disappearing without any backflow. In other words, the divine plane's function is to continuously produce these strange powers. I think that the strange powers produced should be related to gods, which is to say, spirits. Lu Feng continued to concentrate. However, this time, he focused all of his attention on the flow of the power. After observing for a long time, Lu Feng finally discovered the existence of these strange powers. After they were produced, they were continuously converging towards the center of the divine plains galaxy. During this period, they didn't stop at all. These countless strange powers were condensed and concentrated in the center of the divine plains galaxy. However, they didn't cause any changes. They just kept gathering and covering the center of the divine plains galaxy. Lu Feng focused all of his attention on this. He knew that the true secret of the nurture spirit boundary should be there. Once again, this observation lasted for countless hours. However, in the end, Lu Feng still couldn't find a reason. That was because he was woken up by someone. When he opened his eyes and saw Su Wenchao's mocking expression, Lu Feng's face darkened slightly. "Wenchao, why are you so close to me?" he asked. That extremely strange face was less than 10 centimeters away from Lu Feng's face. As long as Lu Feng raised his head slightly, he would be able to send that wretched face flying. Su Wenchao chuckled when he heard Lu Feng's words and said, "Xiao Feng, what did you do last night while we were sleeping? Why haven't you gotten up yet? This isn't like you normally." Lu Feng raised his arm and looked at the time displayed on his arm sky channel. He was slightly shocked. He realized that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "In that case, I've spent a total of 12 hours observing." Lu Feng was a little shocked. He hadn't expected that a simple observation would take so much time. One must know that Lu Feng felt that it would take him at most 1 or 2 hours. Su Wenchao looked a little confused when he heard Lu Feng's exclamation. He asked, "What did you say? What do you mean by observing?" Lu Feng waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing. He looked at Su Wenchao and asked, "Wenchao, you usually don't wake up until the afternoon. What happened today? Why did you wake up so early?" Su Wenchao only curled his lips slightly in response to Lu Feng's question. He opened his sky channel and called up a 3D virtual image. He pointed at the course on the screen and said to Lu Feng, "Today is Monday. There's a psyche course today. Did you forget about this after not coming for a while?" Lu Feng looked at the time displayed on the screen and suddenly understood. Indeed, if it was just a normal course, Lu Feng wouldn't have cared if he didn't go. However, he had to go to this psyche course. In the long run, if he missed this psyche course, it would definitely have a huge impact on his final exams. In the short run, the things that were taught in the psyche course were indeed very attractive to Lu Feng. Previously, during his first class, he came into contact with mind power diversion. This was definitely something that all psyche masters had to master. Therefore, Lu Feng had to go to this psyche course. "Okay, I got it. I'll be done right away. Wait for me." Seeing that Su Wenchao was about to turn around and leave, Lu Feng quickly got up after shouting a few times. After washing up, Lu Feng and Su Wenchao walked towards the Psyche Center together. When they walked into the Psyche Center, Lu Feng was greeted by countless gazes. Lu Feng could only accept this helplessly. It was his fault for skipping classes so frequently. From the start of the semester until now, there had been more than 10 Psyche courses, but Lu Feng had only been there once. If it had been someone else, they would have been expelled long ago. However, although Lu Feng didn't like this kind of attention, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Just like that, he swaggered in under everyone's gazes. At this moment, a figure walked out and stood beside Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, here you are." The person who came was Mu Xuan. She gave Lu Feng a memory card. Lu Feng knew that it was the notebook that Mu Xuan had promised to give him. After inserting the memory card into the Sky Network and copying everything, Lu Feng said to Mu Xuan, "I've really troubled you. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid that I would really be in danger." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Mu Xuan smiled gently. She was full of infinite charm. Seeing this scene, many people were slightly stunned. Immediately after, a series of discussions rang out. If it was just a normal help, these people wouldn't be so bored as to gossip here. However, for people like Lu Feng, they had no choice but to do so. The last time Lu Feng was in class, Mu Xuan had taken the initiative to ask Lu Feng to stay. This time, it was Mu Shuyan who took the initiative again. This made the students a little bit of association. It was a pity that Lu Feng and Mu Shuyan didn't care much about the discussions and gossip of the crowd. After all, they had been through so much, and their state of mind had been honed to a very strong level. They were almost immune to such small discussions. Chapter 138. After laughing, Mu Shuyan looked at Lu Feng and said, "Actually, with or without my notes, you won't have any difficulties, right?" Lu Feng was silent. He knew that Mu Shuyan knew his identity. As a descendant of the Lu family, the school wouldn't disrespect him by not giving him a qualified student. In the end, Lu Feng smiled and didn't say anything else. Soon, the sounds of discussion gradually died down. This was because Zhao Kuan had already walked into the classroom. He still had that elegant posture. Zhao Kuan walked in front of the crowd and glanced around. And it was at this moment that all the sounds disappeared completely. However, no one noticed that when Zhao Kuan looked at Lu Feng, there was a flash of eagerness in his eyes. Although he didn't know what Lu Feng's talent development quotient was, and he didn't even know Lu Feng's real background, this didn't stop Zhao Kuan from thinking highly of Lu Feng. After all, just a talent development quotient of 2.0 was enough to make him think highly of it, and even go crazy. "Lu Feng, have you taken care of the things at home?" Seeing Zhao Kuan's kind eyes, Lu Feng nodded lightly and responded. Looking at Lu Feng, Zhao Kuan continued, "You haven't been here for the past few days, so you must have missed a lot of classes. When this class is over, come with me. I'll help you revise." With regards to Zhao Kuan's good intentions, Lu Feng naturally couldn't reject it. He gently nodded his head again. Zhao Kuan smiled and turned around, then began the formal lecture. This time, there weren't any special classes. From Su Wenchao's words, Lu Feng also knew that there weren't many changes to the curriculum in the past month. The main focus was on strengthening the mental strength distribution training. There were only slight changes since the last class, but they only talked about some mecha piloting methods. This time it was the same. It was about strengthening mecha piloting methods. Although Lu Feng was interested in this, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Previously, he had even come into contact with a real mecha, so he naturally wouldn't be too impulsive if it was just an explanation. Soon, the lesson ended. After class, Lu Feng said goodbye to Su Wenchao and Mu Shuyan and left with Zhao Kuan. The two of them walked quietly without saying a word. Finally, they arrived at the main teaching building. He went straight to the 999th floor of the top floor. Lu Feng had been here once before, but that time, he was looking for Li Tianlai. This time, he was brought along by Zhao Kuan. Soon, the two of them entered a spacious office. Looking at the slightly luxurious decorations, Lu Feng could guess Zhao Kuan's personality. This teacher of his probably wasn't as indifferent as the cultivation method he practiced. Walking to his desk, Zhao Kuan pointed to a three-dimensional water chair in front of him and said to Lu Feng, "Sit." Lu Feng didn't feel any restraint or nervousness and directly sat on it. At this time, Zhao Kuan began to size up Lu Feng. To be honest, Zhao Kuan didn't know much about Lu Feng at all. In the beginning, he only saw Lu Feng as a hope, and this hope was also the path of a warrior. But ever since that meeting, he had completely changed. A monster with a talent development of 2.0, this was definitely a terrifying genius that would shock the entire Federation. In the world of psychics, he was a peerless existence that was hard to come by even in 100 years. Such a monster, even the former principal of their main school, would pay great attention to him. Now that Lu Feng had returned to his class, Zhao Kuan didn't know what to do. After all, his talent development was much worse than Lu Fenglai's. Suddenly, he had to teach such a peerless monster. Zhao Kuan really didn't know what to do. After looking at Lu Feng for a long time, Zhao Kuan finally said slowly, "Lu Feng, there are no outsiders here. I think there's no need to hide anything between us. What do you think about your path as a psychic?" Teaching according to one's aptitude. The policy they had set for Lu Feng was to teach according to one's aptitude. If this talent development was to be taught according to the normal curriculum, then it would really delay Lu Feng's progress. I think you should have a plan for your future as well. You're different from those psychics. Their true goal is to operate mechas and become the hub of the Federation's war. But you're different. Thinking of the previously established policy, Zhao Kuan began to explain his thoughts and plans. His gaze gradually became serious. He continued, "Your talent development is also your psychic aptitude. It's destined that you won't be like those people who only walk the mechanical path. Your future position should be a powerhouse, a terrifying powerhouse who relies on his own body to fight, a combat path." Psychics were divided into the mechanical path and the combat path. As the name implied, the mechanical path relied on endless technology to fight. This was a great path for psychics. It was the most common and main combat method for psychics and psychics of other races in the universe. But this wasn't all. Apart from a mechanical path, there was also a type of psychic. They walked the same path as warriors, relying on powerful strength to crush and suppress everything. And this kind of existence was the true path of a genius psychic. It was the path of a true powerhouse. Since ancient times, other than Supreme Emperor Heaven, which relied on endless technology to snipe many powerhouses of the other races, the mechanical path wasn't very effective on the true peak of the battlefield. Although Supreme Emperor Heaven relied on the mechanical path to defeat many opponents of the other races, their true definition was the combat path. After all, no matter how many mechanical methods they had, they wouldn't be able to fight against true supreme existences. In the final battle, Supreme Emperor Heaven relied on the power of the combat path. They relied on their peak strength to fight against the divine king of the other races. And with your current talent, the most suitable path for you is the combat path. Lu Feng was silent. Lu Feng wasn't very clear about the mechanical path and the combat path. In the beginning, he'd thought that psychics were all the same, relying on technology to crush their opponents. After becoming strong enough, they would rely on the terrifying bonuses and unlimited psychic techniques to kill their opponents. But after hearing Zhao Kuan's words, Lu Feng realized that everything wasn't as he'd thought. Combat path, mechanical path, psychics were actually divided into different paths. Seeing Lu Feng's slightly confused expression, Zhao Kuan knew that Lu Feng didn't know about this. Therefore, before helping Lu Feng choose, he began to explain the difference between the mechanical path and the combat path to Lu Feng. The mechanical path was suitable for most psychics. As the name implied, it relied on the accumulation of countless technological weapons and relied on the power of technology to completely crush their opponents. As for the combat path, only the truly powerful psychic geniuses were suitable for it. They relied on constantly comprehending psychic techniques to produce terrifying output that exceeded their limits. They relied on the most extreme slaughter to make their opponents sink. In the early stages, psychics couldn't fight against warriors at all. Once the two of them met, psychics without technological weapons would be crushed. But the combat path was different. They could rely on the power of technology to fight against warriors who were 10 or even 100 times stronger. In this period, mechanical psychics were the strongest, followed by warriors, and combat psychics were the weakest. But after reaching the middle stage, the gap between combat psychics and warriors wasn't very big. Although warriors still had a certain advantage, it wasn't very obvious. As for machine-type psychics, the degree to which they could crush warriors was also greatly reduced. After all, once warriors became warriors, they could comprehend the power of heaven and earth and condense the true power of heaven and earth. If they added the existence of martial arts avatars, although the degree of amplification was reduced, the destructive power was greatly increased. Warriors at this level had a certain degree of immunity to technological weapons and could even resist them. In this period, mechanical psychics were still the strongest, followed by warriors, and combat psychics were still the weakest. But the gap wasn't big, and it was extremely small. But once it reached the later stages, especially after becoming gods, combat psychics relied on their terrifying amplification and countless powerful psychic techniques. They were definitely the nightmare of any strong person. At that time, combat psychics would become the king of battles for the first time. Even divine martial who had comprehended divine power wouldn't be a match for psychics of the same level. As for mechanical psychics, they were considered to have completely declined. Mechanical psychics, after becoming gods, could at most control a few universe-level battleships. But divine martial, who had comprehended divine power, could almost ignore universe-level mechas and battleships. To fight against them, only interstellar fortresses had a slight chance. But combat psychics were different. After they became gods, they could even evolve an independent domain space. At that time, in their domain space, they were gods. Countless psychic techniques could be used at will, and the strength of any one of them was no weaker than the strongest attack of a universe-level battleship. And once they started to stack infinitely, they could even trigger a space storm at the level of gods. At that time, not to mention ordinary gods, perhaps even true gods would be buried in the endless space turbulence and be crushed into pieces. So, in the later stages, psychics were the real, invincible existences. Legend said that the Void Emperor could fight against supreme beings. It wasn't a baseless rumor, it really existed. It was also because of this reason that those peerless geniuses and psychics all walked the path of combat. Because they were confident that as long as they didn't fall, then in the future, they would definitely become a true extreme strong person that would make the entire universe look askance. I don't know what your plan is. Zhao Kun looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze. With a talent development of 2.0, there was definitely a possibility of becoming a god master. And a god master represented a kind of limit. It was the strongest combat power in the universe in the era when the Divine King didn't appear. Chapter 139. Lu Feng was still silent. If it were anyone else, they would definitely choose to be a combat psychic master. However, Lu Feng did not think that way. First of all, his talent development had reached 2.4, which meant that the mind separation he could achieve would be endlessly terrifying. When that time came, once he controlled mechas or battleships, he would be several times, or even dozens of times better than a psychic master of the same level. In that case, even if he was only a Wong psychic master, relying on the overwhelming sea of machinery would give even a god a headache. Moreover, Lu Feng had an advantage that no one else had. If one wanted to become a combat psychic master, they would have to spend countless hours comprehending the power of laws and techniques. The price for this was that they would not be able to spare any extra time to learn about mechas. However, Lu Feng was different. That was because he had the Origin Sutra. The Origin Sutra recorded countless immortal techniques. Although he did not know the specific effects, Lu Feng could imagine them. Those immortal techniques were definitely many times more powerful than psychic techniques. Once used, it was definitely enough to change the color of heaven and earth and dim the power of time. Moreover, those immortal techniques did not require too much comprehension to be used. It only required Lu Feng's mind power to be strong enough and the god's domain to be wide enough. As long as the god's domain was wide enough, it could be used smoothly. Therefore, to walk the combat path and spend countless hours comprehending those techniques and powers was a waste of time for Lu Fenglai. After all, with the existence of immortal techniques, those so-called psychic techniques could no longer arouse Lu Feng's interest. It was also because of this reason that Lu Feng did not immediately answer and choose to be a combat psychic master. After waiting for a long time, there was still no answer from Lu Feng. Zhao Kun frowned slightly. In his opinion, there was no need for a choice. After all, the combat path was the true ultimate direction of a genius. Lu Feng, do you have any questions? Don't just look at the power of the early stage of the combat path. Although it is indeed terrifying, once you reach the later stage, the combat path will be useless. As long as a genius like you doesn't fall, you are destined to become a powerhouse. Therefore, you should choose the combat path. Zhao Kun was already a little anxious. Although Lu Feng was his student, the choice was in Lu Feng's hands. This was something that could not be changed. Therefore, he only hoped that Lu Feng would not choose the wrong path. Finally, after waiting for a long time, Lu Feng nodded gently and said, "Teacher, let me think about it for a while." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhao Kun wanted to stand up and say something, but in the end, he could only sigh deeply and sit down. Zhao Kun knew that Lu Feng had already made his choice. What he said was just for show. After all, if he had chosen the combat style, he would definitely not have such an attitude. Opening the drawer, Zhao Kun took out something that looked like a crystal and handed it to Lu Feng. "This is a method to train your spiritual power. My teacher gave it to me for you. Although it's not the best, it's the most suitable for a psyche master. Take it and tell me when you've made up your mind." After saying this, he waved his hand lightly, indicating that Lu Feng could leave. Lu Feng picked up the crystal on the table, looked at it for a while, and left. Seeing Lu Feng leave the room, Zhao Kun hesitated for a while, then got up and walked out of the room. He did not chase after Lu Feng, but went directly to Li Tianlai's room. Li Tianlai, who was working, was slightly stunned when he saw Zhao Kun come in. However, he did not ask anything. He just let Zhao Kun sit down and waited quietly for him to speak. Zhao Kun did not hold back at all and told Li Tianlai everything that had just happened. In the end, there was even a hint of excitement in his voice. "God, Lu Feng is definitely the hope of the Federal University for the next 100 years. I think he doesn't have much interest in becoming a combat psyche master. Instead, he is aiming for the mechanical path. If you have time, you must persuade him. This kind of genius cannot be wasted like this." The last sentence was said to Li Tianlai before Zhao Kun left. After saying this, he left. After pondering for a long time in the room, Li Tianlai let out a long sigh. He stretched out his arm and gently rubbed his forehead. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the communication crystal again and crushed it. Looking at Dao Songtian's figure, Li Tianlai's respectful gaze showed a trace of helplessness. Because of this genius, he could be said to be worried to death. "What's wrong, God? Did something happen to Lu Feng again?" Dao Songtian knew that Li Tianlai usually contacted him because of Lu Feng. He was also very nervous about Lu Feng, the strongest genius. Therefore, before Li Tianlai could speak, he had already asked. Li Tianlai didn't hesitate and directly told him everything that Zhao Kun had told him. However, after hearing this, Dao Songtian didn't show the same expression as them. Instead, he smiled. Seeing this, Li Tianlai was slightly stunned and subconsciously said, "Teacher, why are you smiling?" Hearing this, Dao Songtian gently shook his head and said, "I thought it was something big. If that's the case, let Lu Feng be." Li Tianlai wasn't slightly stunned this time. He was completely stunned. After a short while, he finally reacted. He looked at Dao Songtian in disbelief and asked, "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Lu Feng's talent development quotient is 2.4. He is the strongest talent development quotient in history. He is the hope of us psychics to prove ourselves in the future. If you let him choose the mechanical path, wouldn't that be destroying him? What are you thinking? At this moment, Li Tianlai forgot his own identity. For the sake of being a psychic, he even forgot about Dao Songtian's identity and even began to blame Dao Songtian. However, after he finished speaking, he realized that he was too agitated and quickly said, "Teacher, I'm sorry, I was too agitated." But Lu Feng, with his talent, chose the mechanical path. That's too wasteful. Dao Songtian also knew about Li Tianlai's nervousness. He didn't show any displeasure. He only looked at Li Tianlai and slowly said, "Tianlai, how long do you think it will take for Lu Feng to become a god-tier master with a 2? For talent development quotient?" Li Tianlai was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted. After a little calculation, he replied, "With your personal guidance and the help of our Federal University's terrifying resources, I think it won't take 60 years for Lu Feng to become a god-tier master." 60 years was already the limit that Li Tianlai estimated. Psychics were different from warriors. Their advancement speed was very slow. Back then, Lu Tao, who killed a god, was able to ascend to godhood at the age of 30. However, he was a warrior. If he had the aptitude of a psychic, Li Tianlai believed that even with the Lu family's nurturing, Lu Tao definitely wouldn't be able to ignite the god fire before 60 years old. Hearing Li Tianlai's answer, Dao Songtian smiled and nodded, then said, "You're right. It's just that it's still conservative. However, so what if it takes 60 years? Once Lu Feng becomes a god-tier master, then he'll feel the difference between the mechanical style and the combat style. At that time, he'll start to comprehend techniques and powers, and it won't be too late to become a combat psychic master again." At this moment, Li Tianlai was a little lost. After a while, he showed a bitter smile and looked at his teacher, Dao Songtian, with a look of admiration once again. "Teacher, you're right. Normally, when one becomes a god-tier master, it won't be a problem for their lifespan to reach thousands of years or even thousands of years. Even if he only transforms after becoming a god-tier master, it won't be a big deal. Wasting a few decades for a monster like him isn't a big deal. I'm a little too limited. I've treated him as someone like us." Relying on Li Tianlai's aptitude to become a god-tier master was already extremely difficult. Although he had already comprehended godly power, the possibility of him reaching the final step was still too low. He might not even succeed in the past 100 years. A person like him could only focus all his energy on one thing and could not spare any energy to consider other things. However, Lu Feng was different. His talent was too terrifying. Wasting a few decades was not a big deal. After all, these people valued Lu Feng's future and the possibility of Lu Feng breaking that shackle. The so-called reputation of a genius was nothing to them. Seeing that his disciple understood, Dao Songtian just smiled and said, "So, let Lu Feng choose whatever he wants. One day, he'll return to the right path." Looking at the technique crystal in his hand, Lu Feng did not show any eagerness. To other telekinesis masters, this might be an extremely precious cultivation technique. Lu Feng also believed that the cultivation technique that Dao Songtian had given him was definitely worth hundreds of millions of dollars. However, this thing was not very tempting to him. Normal psychics rely on cultivating these techniques to slowly increase the level of their mind power. Even if they take medicine, the increase is limited. However, I'm different. I cultivate the Origin Sutra, which is an extremely powerful technique. What I want to do is to break through the limits of the Origin Sutra. As long as I reach the level, mind power is nothing. When others took medicine, there were many restrictions and side effects. Moreover, the increase was limited. It would be even more difficult to increase in the future. However, Lu Feng was different. As long as he could break through the level and reach the required standard, he could use medicine to forcefully increase his level. There would not even be any uncontrollable or uncomfortable situations. Moreover, he did not have any side effects. This was Lu Feng's advantage. It was an advantage that no one could compare to. Chapter 140. However, this is also someone's good intentions. I'll take a look when I have the time. It can also be used as a cover. At this thought, Lu Feng immediately turned around and walked towards the Psychic Master Center. There was a special area in the Psychic Master Center. It was a room for psychic masters to cultivate their mind power. The cultivation of psychic masters was different from that of warriors, as it required an extremely quiet environment. Lu Fenglai needed a place like this. I can cultivate in these special rooms to the extent that no one can disturb me. This way, I can calm down and study the Origin Sutra properly. What Lu Feng wanted to do the most now was to calm down and study the secrets of the Nurture Spirit Realm. After all, he could only advance smoothly if he broke through the Origin Sutra. Soon, Lu Fenglai arrived at the Psychic Master Center. Without any hesitation, he climbed up the stairway and arrived at the Psychic Master Cultivation Area. This was Lu Feng's first time there. When he opened the door to the hall, he saw many people entering and exiting the special rooms. Lu Feng knew that they were all there to find rooms to cultivate their mind power. After all, These special rooms had another function besides being quiet. It was beneficial for breaking through. Although cultivating in these rooms wasn't as fast as consuming medicine directly, due to some special arrangements, these rooms were filled with endless energy. Cultivating one's mind power in these rooms would be dozens of times faster than in the outside world. Because of this, many psychic masters who had broken through the barrier and needed to raise their cultivation level would come here to cultivate. Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He chose a nearby empty room and walked in. Lu Feng was slightly speechless when he saw the arrangement inside. Although the entire room was no more than 20 square meters in size, everything inside could be considered complete. It was extremely luxurious. Many of the pieces of equipment were worth millions. Of course, most of the arrangements were used for cultivation. As for enjoyment, there weren't many. Indeed, being a psychic is the most honorable profession. Lu Feng understood that if it had been a warrior center, it wouldn't have been able to achieve such a level of arrangement. After a slight smile, Lu Fenglai sat on the cushion in the center. As for the other equipment, Lu Feng didn't care too much. After all, for the current Lu Feng, the most important thing was to comprehend the Primordial Sutra. He really had no use for those auxiliary devices. After opening the Heavenly Network and adjusting the time to 9:50 p.m., Lu Feng started to sink into the depths of his consciousness. Lu Feng entered the depths of his consciousness and arrived at the divine plane once more. Earlier on, he had already discovered some of the profoundness of the nurture God state. Above the divine plane, there seemed to be some strange power constantly being generated. These powers all gathered at the center, as if they were undergoing some sort of transformation. This time, all of Lu Feng's attention was focused on the strange power. The power is flowing and gathering, but it doesn't look like it's condensing into anything. Lu Feng discovered that the power was constantly gathering. When the concentration reached a certain level, it no longer gathered. Instead, it spread out in all directions. This change made Lu Feng understand something. That was, the strange energy produced by his god's planes was gathered at the center, not to condense anything. Gradually, the area in the center started to expand. Although the process was extremely slow, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Just as Lu Feng vaguely grasped something, the Heavenly Network's upgrade notification sounded. Lu Feng sighed softly as he looked at the time on the Heavenly Network. In his mind, only a few minutes had passed since the battle began. However, in reality, 5 hours had already passed. Lu Feng stood up and tidied up a little before returning to his dormitory. At night, everything was as usual. In order to confirm his conjecture, Lu Feng observed for 3 whole days. During these 3 days, whenever Lu Feng had time, he would immerse himself in the divine plane and observe the changes in the strange power. Finally, after the last observation, Lu Feng completely understood everything. So this is what the so-called nurture spirit stage is all about. Although he understood everything, this wasn't good news for Lu Fenglai. After all, Lu Feng had discovered that it was too difficult for him to achieve great success in the nurture spirit stage. The nurture spirit stage is to use the power generated by the divine plane to nourish the divine plane. The divine plane will continuously generate this strange power and cover the entire divine plane from the center. The final goal should be to cover the entire divine plane. This shouldn't have been a big deal. However, for Lu Fenglai, it was a little too difficult to succeed. After all, his divine plane was simply too big. I originally thought that the size of my divine plane would be beneficial to my comprehension. However, it seems like this isn't what I expected. Although the size of my divine plane has indeed increased my comprehension ability, it will also be extremely useful for me to execute those supreme immortal techniques in the future. However, for now, it has become a shackle to my improvement. Compared to the recorded divine plane, Lu Feng's divine plane was at least 5 times bigger. This also meant that if he wanted to enter the advanced nurture god stage, the time he needed to spend would be many times longer than before. He sighed helplessly. All he could do now was accept it passively. After all, there was nothing Lu Feng could do to change anything. Lu Feng felt a little crazy as he watched the power being generated extremely slowly. After some calculations, Lu Feng discovered that it would be impossible to cover the entire divine plane without at least 2 years. In the past, 2 years wouldn't have been a big deal. However, this time, 2 years. The assessment will be held in less than half a year. Don't tell me I have to rely on my warrior talent to enter the general college. Lu Feng was already a novice high-level warrior. His level might not be comparable to the disciples of the divine descendant family or the nebula-level geniuses. However, for ordinary geniuses or disciples of side branches, he wasn't that far off. Furthermore, Lu Feng's combat strength wasn't something that could be reflected by his level. Lu Feng was confident that in this Cymbidium Federation College branch, apart from the 2 disciples of the aristocratic families who had already become warriors, no one else was a match for him. Half a year was enough for Lu Feng to condense his cultivation technique into one that could increase his strength by 9 times. In addition, he had comprehended quality in his bloodline. Even if he didn't use the Great Devil True Body and the Great Devil Power, he was confident that he would be invincible in the college. Once he used his final trump card, he was confident that he could even fight against the 2 evolving warriors. Therefore, if he relied on his warrior status, he would definitely have a high chance of entering the Federal University General College. However, Lu Feng didn't want to do that. He had chosen to be a psychic, and he wanted to be a psychic. If he relied on his warrior status to enter, Lu Feng would rather not have such a qualification. No, I have to find a way. If this goes on, won't I have to admit defeat to myself? Even in the most dangerous times, Lu Feng had never backed down. Now, this was just a small difficulty. This was only the first realm of the Origin Sutra. How would he give it up? No, if this is really the case, then what's the use of the Origin Sutra cultivation technique? Could it be that as long as I open up the God's realm, I can naturally achieve great success in the first realm? This isn't right. It's completely wrong. There was a cultivation technique in the first realm of the Origin Sutra, the Nurture God realm. However, Lu Feng relied on it to cultivate, but he realized that the speed at which his mind power increased wasn't very fast. At the very least, it was much worse than the powerful cultivation techniques introduced on the Heavenly Network. As a supreme cultivation technique that was comparable to the Human King's Manual, even if it was only the beginner part, it shouldn't be so weak. Therefore, the cultivation technique must have other uses. Thinking of this, Lu Feng no longer hesitated and immediately began to circulate the cultivation method. When cultivating, one needed to be completely focused and couldn't be disturbed. Lu Feng also knew that once one was immersed in cultivation, they wouldn't wake up for half a day. Therefore, when he opened his eyes again, it was already 5 hours later. At this time, the sky outside was gradually turning bright. Lu Feng looked at the time and realized that it was already past 6 in the morning. Indeed, cultivation knows no time. I'm only at the beginner level now, and I'm already spending so much time cultivating. If I reach a higher level in the future, won't I have to spend a few months or even a few years to cultivate in seclusion? Legend had it that many extreme Tao experts would spend years on a single meditation session. As for terrifying existences like gods, they would need hundreds of years to cultivate in seclusion. Back then, Lu Feng didn't really believe it. However, now that he had to spend so much time cultivating in such a small realm, he had no choice but to believe it. Now that I still have some time, I'll take a look at the power produced in the God's realm. Let's see if my guess is accurate. At this thought, Lu Feng didn't hesitate anymore. He entered the depths of his mind once again and started to observe the power in the God's realm. At this moment, the strange power in the center of the God's realm had increased by nearly 20% compared to before. Although this wasn't much compared to the entire God's realm, this was really good news for Lu Fenglai. Indeed, my guess was right. The cultivation technique of the first stage of the Nurture Spirit realm isn't used to increase one's mental strength. Its purpose is to produce this strange power and allow it to cover the entire God's realm in advance, so that one can reach the large success stage of the nurture spirit realm. By relying on this cultivation technique, the speed at which I reach the large success stage of a nurture spirit realm will be much faster. Chapter 141. This time, he had cultivated for about 6 hours, and the increase was close to 20%. This 20% increase was equivalent to the total amount of time Lu Feng had spent in the God's origin to produce this strange energy for 6 days. Based on this calculation, I can cultivate for about 18 hours a day, excluding the time I have to attend classes. These 18 hours are equivalent to 18 days of increase. According to my previous calculations, I would need about 2 years to completely cover everything. But now, according to this cultivation speed, it would only take a little more than 700 hours. As long as I persevere for 18 hours a day, I would be able to completely cover the God's origin in about 41 days. 41 days was less than a month and a half. Although it was still a long time compared to 2 years, it was much, much shorter. This speed was acceptable to Lu Feng. There are about 15 days left before the holidays. After the holidays, I will prepare some pills, and I will be able to reach the pinnacle of an intermediate psychic in a month. At that time, I will only have about 4 months left to comprehend the second realm, the amalgamated God realm. Lu Feng was confident in his perception. If the amalgamated God realm was not as abnormal as the nurture God realm, Lu Feng believed that he would be able to comprehend to the initial nurtured God realm in 4 months. At that time, if he consumed pills, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of an advanced psychic. At this time next year, I believe Mu Xuan, Wen Chao, and the rest should also be able to reach the pinnacle of an advanced psychic. Although their levels are the same, compared to them, I am much stronger. His talent development quotient was as high as 2. This was enough for Lu Feng to surpass 1 or 2 small levels to challenge advanced psychics. Once he reached the amalgamated God realm, he would be able to use some of the immortal techniques recorded in the primordial scripture. Although they were of the lowest level, the degree of terror was undoubtedly extreme. Relying on those immortal techniques and his own existence, Lu Feng believed that at the pinnacle of an advanced psychic, he would not be weaker than a normal psychic grandmaster. Being a psychic grandmaster was enough to guarantee him a spot. After returning to the modern world, Lu Feng slowly got up as he looked at the time displayed on the heavenly network. Although today's class was not a psyche masterclass, Lu Feng would not miss it. Because today's lesson was about interstellar warfare, Lu Feng also understood the distribution of psychic masters. If he did not have the primordial scripture, Lu Feng would definitely choose the battle style. After all, Zhao Kun was right. Only the battle style was the choice of the strong. However, things were different now. Wasting time to comprehend psychic skills that were of no use to him was simply a waste of his life. Compared to these, Lu Feng felt that the mechanical style was more suitable for him. After all, machine-type psychics were very strong in the early stages, and Lu Feng was also very fond of machine-type psychics. It was also because of this choice that Lu Feng couldn't be absent from the interstellar war class. After entering the classroom, Lu Feng did not see many real psychic students who were specially enrolled. For these specially enrolled students, these classes did not matter. Even if they wanted to learn, they could find specialized teachers through the forces behind them. Therefore, many people chose to cultivate instead of coming here for classes. This time, even Mu Xuan did not come. He remembered that Mu Xuan had already arrived during Lu Feng's first class, but she did not appear this time. Lu Feng understood after thinking for a while. This genius girl was probably cultivating at the moment. After all, there was still the psychic assessment during the final exam. There is less than half a year before the assessment. The 5 spots this time are specially enrolled by the Federal University. I'm afraid that even nebula-grade geniuses would be tempted. Fortunately, the news did not spread much. It was only spread in the few star systems around the Cymbidium. Otherwise, there would definitely be more geniuses coming here. At the last minute, those who did not have much hope naturally had to do their best. Those who had hope had to work even harder. After all, the geniuses who came here were not too bad in terms of aptitude. If they were not careful, there was a possibility that they would be surpassed. The class ended very quickly. Lu Feng also recorded all the content in his notebook. After packing up his things, Lu Feng hurried to the cultivation area of the psychic center. Although he did not have to work hard all the time like those people, Lu Feng knew that if he did not work harder, his plan would be disrupted. Lu Feng sat in his room and used the Origin Sutra's nurture spirit cultivation technique. Then, he continued to cultivate for a long time. In the next 10 days or so, Lu Feng's daily routine was basically fixed. Other than the necessary classes and meals, he spent most of his time cultivating. It was only on the last night of the assessment that Lu Feng took out the notebook that Mu Shuiyin had given him and hastily reviewed it. Soon the assessment arrived. Just as Mu Shuiyin had said, as long as he reviewed according to her notes, passing the assessment would not be a problem. In reality, this was indeed the case. Lu Feng did not waste much time in completing the assessment of the 5 official courses. According to Lu Feng's later inquiries, these 5 courses should not be dangerous at all. After completing the 5 compulsory courses, the rest of the students were already on vacation. However, for special admission students like Lu Feng, it was not over yet. This was because they still had the most important assessment that they had yet to take, which was the psychic major assessment. On this day, even Su Wenchao, who was extremely lazy, came unusually early. Everyone was on high alert, afraid that they would make the slightest mistake. Looking at the serious Su Wenchao beside him, Lu Feng asked, "Wenchao, this is not like you. The day before yesterday, during the assessment of the 5 main courses, you looked indifferent. Why are you acting like this today? With your current psychic level, this major assessment should be a piece of cake." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Su Wenchao smiled helplessly and replied, "Feng Zi, do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? Don't you know that the Federal University's psychic major assessment is different? These teachers will assess you based on your state when you enter the university." Lu Feng was a little confused. He really did not know anything about what Su Wenchao said. Looking at Lu Feng's appearance, Su Wenchao chuckled and said, "Feng Zi, you haven't attended many classes in total. I think this time you'll be in trouble. It looks like you will definitely be taking the makeup exam when school starts next year." Lu Feng shrugged indifferently. Indeed, he had only attended a few psychic major courses in the entire semester. If he really did take the assessment, as Su Wenchao said, then he really might fail. Seeing Lu Feng's indifferent expression, Su Wenchao hurriedly said, "Feng Zi, don't be too relaxed. It's okay if you fail this time, but if you can't pass the makeup exam, then it will be really dangerous. You have to know that those who fail the assessment are not qualified to take the Federal University's special admission exam in half a year." This time, Lu Feng's expression changed slightly. He really had not heard of this before. No one had told him before. Lu Feng would really cry if he were to lose the qualifications to take the special admissions examination because he had prepared so much but failed the final term examination. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, he quickly asked Su Wenchao about the specific details of the assessment. However, Su Wenchao could only shrug helplessly. After all, the assessment was different for everyone. Therefore, he could not help Lu Feng at all. Originally, Lu Feng was full of confidence for this psychic assessment. After all, he had passed the previous 5 assessments easily. With the help of Mu Shuiyin's notes, Lu Feng believed that the last one should be easy as well. However, after hearing Su Wenchao talk about the assessment method and its importance, Lu Feng finally realized the difficulty of this assessment. However, it was useless to think so much now. The only thing he could do was to stand there nervously and wait for the assessment to arrive. Soon, more than 10 teachers walked into the classroom of the Psychic Center. Among them, Lu Feng only recognized 2 people. They were their psychic teacher, Zhao Kuan, and the principal, Li Tianlai. The moment he saw Li Tianlai, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. This time, even the principal had come in person. It was obvious how serious the assessment was. After glancing at the unusually nervous students, Zhao Kun coughed lightly and said, "In a while, those who are called by me will follow your examiner to a different room to be assessed. The rest of you will wait here. Also, I want to make it clear that no cheating aids are allowed in the assessment. Once discovered, the student will be disqualified immediately. In order to ensure the fairness of this assessment, the principal will be here personally to supervise. If you're confident that you can hide it from the principal, you can give it a try." The classroom was unusually quiet. Many of the students' expressions changed slightly. These people felt a little hopeless at this moment. They were all people of high status and carried with them many special items given by their families. If it had been an ordinary invigilator, they could have easily passed the assessment by using these items. However, the invigilator was Li Tianlai. Naturally, these people knew Li Tianlai very well. Even if they did not know his background, they knew how terrifying this principal was from the introduction on the school Sky Network's front page. Peak Psychic King. This was Li Tianlai's level as shown on the front page of the Sky Network. Peak Psychic King meant that one could become a God Master with one more step. Chapter 142. A Divine Master was a godlike existence. It was synonymous with the most powerful people in the universe. If their family elders had made a move, they might have been able to hide it from Li Tianlai. However, it was impossible for them to do so. After all, the geniuses who had come here weren't the top geniuses of their family clans. Even with the help of special items, it was impossible for them to do so. The reactions of the students below were all under the control of Zhao Kun and the others. When he saw their reactions, Zhao Kun understood that these people definitely wouldn't dare cheat. He opened the Sky Network and pulled up the list of names for this assessment. Zhao Kun opened his mouth and read. First group, Teacher Zhao Kun, students. Everyone was extremely nervous. Although Zhao Kun was their specialized teacher, no one wanted to meet him. After all, although this teacher looked elegant, his attitude was unusually serious. When many people analyzed this in private, Zhao Kun was known as the most difficult teacher to pass. Most people relaxed when they saw Zhao Kun's lips move slightly before he finally said 2 words. However, these people didn't include 3 people. They were Su Wenchao, Mu Shuyan, and the examinee this time, Lu Feng. The moment Lu Feng uttered these 2 words, he felt a sense of helplessness. He was a genius, and Zhao Kun understood this point. However, after interacting with him for the past few days, Lu Feng also understood that this teacher wouldn't go easy on him just because of his identity as a genius. Lu Feng stepped forward helplessly. Su Wenchao, who was beside him, sighed softly and said, "Feng Zi, my condolences." When he heard this, Lu Feng's face darkened slightly. However, he didn't have time to chat with Su Wenchao anymore. He took a deep breath and followed Zhao Kun into a room. After entering the room, Zhao Kun waved his hand casually and set up a spiritual wall. Lu Feng looked at Zhao Kun's method and revealed a trace of a strange expression. He knew that this was something that could only be done after a psychic became a psychic grandmaster and materialized their mind power. With a casual wave of his hand, he forged a spiritual curtain wall. Although it was only a materialization of spiritual power, the sturdiness of the curtain wall was incomparably terrifying. As long as he continued to pour in his MP, the degree of hardness would definitely not be inferior to a genuine Aslan alloy. Seeing Lu Feng's interested expression, Zhao Kun smiled and said, "This is the benefit of materializing mental power. Only after becoming a Psyche Master could one achieve such a feat. Once one became a God-tier Master, the materialization of one's spirit would be countless times more terrifying. However, this is relative to combat psychics. Lu Feng, actually, with your aptitude, you're most suited for the combat style. Don't waste your time. Even geniuses have limited time." Zhao Kun had already gotten the latest accurate information from Li Tianlai. However, he didn't want to give up any chance to convince Lu Feng. After all, even for a genius, time was incomparably precious. Looking at Zhao Kuan's burning gaze, Lu Feng fell silent. After he returned that day, he already had his own plans. Indeed, the combat style was the most suitable for him, and it was also Lu Feng's favorite. However, this time was different. With the existence of the primordial scripture, Lu Feng didn't need to waste his time learning psychic techniques at all. For Lu Feng, the mechanical style was the most suitable. After all, one of Lu Feng's dreams was to pilot countless battleships and mechas across the entire universe. Gently shaking his head, Lu Feng looked at Zhao Kuan and said, "Teacher, I've already made up my mind. You're right, but I still want to try the mechanical style. If in the end I find that this path doesn't work, then I can definitely switch." Seeing that Lu Feng had already made up his mind, Zhao Kuan didn't say anything else. After a gentle sigh, he returned to his previous state. Looking at Lu Feng, Zhao Kuan said, "Previously, because of some reasons, you missed too many classes. However, with the guidance of the principal, I understand that those are not what you want. However, an examination is an examination, and I won't go easy on you. If you don't pass this time, then when school starts next year, you'll have a second chance. Of course, I hope that you can pass in one go. Then, let's begin now." When he heard Zhao Kuan say begin, Lu Feng's expression and aura completely changed. He no longer had the same calm attitude as before. At this moment, Lu Feng seemed to have returned to the state of the past, when he fought fiercely with martial artists as a weak intermediate warrior. In an instant, his sharpness was revealed, and his will was overwhelming. Feeling the change in Lu Feng's attitude, Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. A trace of admiration appeared on his face as he said, "As expected of the child of the Federation's #1 aristocratic family, the Lu family. Even if you choose to be a psychic, you still have such a limitless sharpness." Lu Feng, not bad. Not bad at all. Zhao Kuan already knew about Lu Feng's identity from Li Tianlai. However, what he knew was only limited to Lu Feng being a child of the Lu family. He didn't know anything else. Psychics were particular about elegance, but that didn't mean that psychics were cold-blooded. They also needed endless battles to hone themselves, and Lu Feng was completely born for battle. "This time, I'll personally assess you. Compared to the others, I'll be much stricter. However, considering your situation, I won't go overboard. As for the technological knowledge or learning, I won't make things difficult for you for the time being. After all, you haven't learned much yet." Among this batch of students, most of them were going to walk the mechanical path in the future. Only 2 or 3 of them had become combat psychics. Moreover, their final achievements were also very uncertain. Therefore, in the psychic class, Zhao Kuan mainly imparted mechanical knowledge. However, due to Lu Feng's absence, he knew too little about mechanical knowledge. Zhao Kuan had also thought of this point. In order to take care of Lu Feng, he decided to give up on those knowledge-related assessments. However, he had misjudged Lu Feng a little. For Lu Feng, it would be easier for him to pass those knowledge-related assessments. After all, Lu Feng had really piloted mechas in the past. Most of the psychic classes this semester were also about mechas. However, Lu Feng didn't say it out loud. If he said that, wouldn't he be afraid of the other assessments? This wasn't him, Lu Feng. "I can sense your psychic level. If it's a test to improve your grades in this area, you should be considered qualified." When he entered the school, Lu Feng's psychic level was a beginner psychic. Now he was a peak beginner psychic. He had improved by almost a whole level. Overall, this was already very good. After all, he also knew that Lu Feng didn't seem to have used the Lu family's resources. However, the assessment I want to give you is not this. After all, this kind of assessment is too simple. It's not good for your talent development. This time, I want to test your soul's endurance. The soul was the key to a psychic. Of course, this key was for a combat psychic. In the later stages of a psychic, in addition to one's own level and aptitude, the strength of one's soul was also extremely important. Only with a powerful soul could one achieve perfect control, and only then would one be able to use those powerful cultivation methods to the extreme without losing control. This time, rather than calling it an assessment, it was better to say that it was a test of Lu Feng's soul talent. Normally, a psychic soul was extremely strong. After all, talent development was closely related to the soul. Of course, it didn't mean that all souls with high talent development would be strong, nor did it mean that those with strong souls would have high talent development. It could only be said that there was a strong connection between the two, but it wasn't an absolute connection. Lu Feng didn't refuse such an assessment. He had never been afraid of any challenge, and this time was no exception. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't have any intention of backing down, Zhao Kun smiled with satisfaction. However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely serious. Looking at Lu Feng, Zhao Kun said slowly, "In a while, I will use a strong spiritual pressure. If you can't withstand it, then say it in advance. After all, once the soul is injured, it will be too troublesome to heal. Don't try to be brave. Understand?" Lu Feng nodded gently and said, "I understand, teacher. Now let's begin." At this moment, Lu Feng's willpower was even more condensed, almost reaching his peak. Seeing that Lu Feng was ready, Zhao Kun didn't hesitate. Zhao Kun did not hesitate. In an instant, a powerful will suddenly burst out and covered Lu Feng from all corners. In an instant, this strong willpower directly oppressed Lu Feng's body. Although it appeared on the physical body, this strong and terrifying aura wasn't directed at the physical body. At the very least, Lu Feng's physical body didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. However, just because his physical body didn't, it didn't mean that his spirit didn't. At this moment, a trace of seriousness appeared on Lu Feng's face. This was because at this moment, he felt as if he was surrounded by countless things, and a heavy feeling engulfed his entire body. Lu Feng understood that it wasn't really some kind of force that was squeezing his physical body, but a strong force that was constantly engulfing and oppressing his soul. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Zhao Kun revealed a look of surprise. Although the force he released just now wasn't very strong, it was already the spiritual pressure of an intermediate psychic. However, in the face of such pressure, Lu Feng only showed a slightly serious expression. This was simply too surprising. As expected of a genius with a talent development quotient above 2.0, the strength of your soul is also incredible. You've already withstood the spiritual pressure of an intermediate psychic, so you can be considered to have passed the assessment. However, this is far from your limit. Do you still want to continue? Chapter 143. Lu Feng was a peak beginner psychic. However, Zhao Kun was releasing the spiritual suppression of a beginner mid-level psychic. Compared to Lu Feng's level, although it was only a small level higher, this small level was equivalent to crossing an extreme barrier. The difference was much greater than 2 or even 3 small levels. An ordinary beginner psychic might be able to resist the extreme suppression of a psychic of a higher level, but they definitely wouldn't be as indifferent as Lu Feng. Furthermore, Lu Feng was facing a beginner mid-level psychic. This was a suppression that crossed an entire level. Upon hearing Zhao Kun's words, Lu Feng frowned slightly. Without hesitation, he said, "Teacher, let's continue." The soul was an extremely mysterious thing. Up until now, Lu Feng had never come into contact with it. Lu Feng had once guessed that the spirit of the nurturing spirit realm was the soul. However, he had realized that it wasn't what he had thought. The so-called nurturing spirit should be using the strange power produced by the spiritual energy to nourish one's own spiritual energy. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't want to let go of this opportunity to test his own soul. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhao Kun immediately increased the output of his spiritual suppression. This time, Zhao Kun didn't increase it by a small level. Instead, he directly increased it to the level of a peak intermediate psychic. Faced with this terrifying pressure, Lu Feng's expression finally turned ugly. He could feel that he was currently in a boundless sea. He was being squeezed by the endless flow of water, as if it was going to crush him. However, this still wasn't Lu Feng's limit. Although his expression was a little ugly, Lu Feng felt that he was still very far from his limit. Upon seeing Lu Feng's current state, Zhao Kuan's expression became even more shocked. Now, it was the aura of a peak intermediate psychic. It was an entire level higher than Lu Feng's. If it had been an ordinary intermediate psychic, they would have already fainted. After all, a difference of one level represented a difference of 10 times in strength. One had to know that this was pure spiritual pressure. There was no way to amplify it, and there was no way to take advantage of it. Therefore, 10 times was 10 times. There was no such thing as amplification or resistance. However, Lu Feng still hadn't reached his limit in the face of someone who was an entire level higher than him. In fact, he was still very, very far away. Without waiting for Zhao Kuan to speak, Lu Feng spoke first. "Teacher, I can still take it. Please continue." Hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhao Kuan nodded lightly. This test was just as Lu Feng had thought. Rather than calling it a test, it would be better to call it a test of the strength of Lu Feng's soul. This was a mission given to him by Li Tianlai to test the strength of Lu Feng's soul. Therefore, after hearing Lu Feng's words, Zhao Kuan did not try to persuade Lu Feng to give up. Instead, he began to increase the output of his aura. The third increase had already broken through the limit of an intermediate psychic and reached the level of an advanced psychic. There was no doubt that an advanced psychic would be completely crushed if he met a beginner psychic. Most advanced psychics didn't even need to make a move when they met a beginner psychic. They only needed to release a small portion of their aura, and that would be enough to make any beginner psychic submit. Apart from strength, the biggest difference was the gap between their souls. Now, facing a spiritual pressure that was almost 2 levels higher than his own, Lu Feng finally started to feel strained. Previously, his face had turned from strange to unsightly. Now, it had turned from unsightly to deathly pale. His eyes bulged slightly. A terrifying pressure engulfed every corner of Lu Feng's soul, giving him the illusion that he was going to be crushed into thin slices. However, under such pressure, Lu Feng's face was deathly pale. There was no sign of surrender in his eyes. He was still resisting. He hadn't reached his limit. At this moment, Zhao Kuan was thoroughly shaken. He looked at Lu Feng with a look of disbelief. Spiritual pressure that was almost 2 levels higher. If it had been anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Even back then, he could only barely withstand the pressure of someone who was 1 level higher than him. That was already a very good result. However, compared to him, Lu Feng was at least 2 or 3 levels higher. This was indeed shocking. However, what shocked Zhao Kuan the most was not just this. This was because he saw Lu Feng's eyes, that incomparably crazy and incomparably sharp gaze. Moreover, Lu Feng's expression didn't seem like he had reached his limit at all. "You haven't reached your limit yet?" Zhao Kuan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted. Hearing this, Lu Feng could even move his lips and smile. He could actually still speak. "Teacher, this is still not my limit. Please continue." He took a deep breath. Zhao Kuan's eyes also showed a hint of madness. Being able to see such a genius break through his limit made him feel slightly excited. Looking at Lu Feng, Zhao Kuan said, "Lu Feng, if you reach your limit, give me a signal and I will stop. Remember, don't be too stubborn. You have already passed, so you don't have to work so hard. Although the Federal University has many medicines that can heal soul injuries. However, the recovery of the soul is very slow. You have to grasp it well." Lu Feng endured the terrifying power and nodded gently. However, there was a strange look in his eyes. However, this expression was something that no one could understand, because only Lu Feng could understand the meaning behind it. After these 3 tests, Lu Feng had vaguely discovered something. That was, this spiritual pressure seemed to be related to the test of willpower that he had to endure when climbing the ancient Feng clan's altar. Lu Feng understood that the strength of the soul was most likely inseparable from willpower. For the 4th time, he increased the output of the spiritual pressure. However, this time, it didn't jump too much. This was because Zhao Kuan was afraid that Lu Feng would be defeated, from a beginner advanced warrior to an intermediate advanced warrior. However, Lu Feng's expression became even uglier, but he was still persevering. He could still support him. Again. Advanced warrior. Not enough. Still not enough. Again. Not enough. How could this be enough? This was far from enough. How could I, Lu Feng, be unable to withstand such a small amount of spiritual pressure? Back then, on the ancient Feng clan's altar, I could go against the flow and walk up the 99,999 steps. I could experience the pain and torture of 9 lifetimes and still maintain my original heart. My willpower is incomparably heaven-defying, and no one can make me submit. Now, how could I submit like this? Therefore, it's not enough. Come again. Zhao Kun was also going crazy. He looked at Lu Feng with eyes full of a light that had never been seen before. My senior brother, the only monster in the Federation in 100 years, he also couldn't withstand 2 full steps and completely failed. And that was his limit. Now, you're on par with my senior brother, but you can still speak. You're still persevering. Lu Feng, you good job. Good job. This time, let me accompany you in your madness. Zhao Kun once again increased the output, reaching the limit of a peak advanced warrior. This time, Lu Feng finally stopped talking. His eyes were a little blurred, and there were some changes. It was a kind of confusion. However, this phenomenon didn't last long. In the next moment, all the confusion retreated and was replaced by a kind of madness, a kind of unyielding willpower. He looked at Zhao Kun, his eyes flashing constantly. This time, Zhao Kun was no longer fanatical, because he actually had a kind of expression called fear. Stormy waves were set off in his heart. The soul pressure of 2 whole levels had already surpassed that of his monster senior brother. Although it wasn't unprecedented, it was definitely one of the most powerful in this era. And this wasn't what made Zhao Kun shocked. What made him afraid was Lu Feng's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Madness. This could no longer be described as madness. Back then, his senior brother was already unable to withstand 2 times the pressure. Zhao Kun still remembered that his senior brother's expression at that time was a kind of stubbornness, a kind of unyielding, but definitely not madness. What kind of terrifying willpower, what kind of terrifying soul, to be able to achieve such a level. At this moment, he could no longer speak. However, Lu Feng's eyes clearly conveyed a confidence. That was not enough. This was still not enough. How could this be enough? Come again. I still need to come again. Madness. A madness that ignored everything. Zhao Kun hesitated. If it was just a small level, then he might have followed Lu Feng, because he also wanted to try Lu Feng's limit. But at this moment, he didn't dare to be so rash. Because a step further would be the majesty of the Psyche Master level. The Psyche Master level was the level of the spiritual power substantialization, the level of the soul transformation. At the level of the Psyche Master level, the Psyche Master could already touch his own soul and could already condense the power of the soul. This level was far from what the previous level could compare with. The soul majesty of a Psyche Master, even a peak advanced warrior, couldn't bear it. This was a kind of qualitative transformation, a change that exceeded the limit by a lot. Once such a limit appeared, it would definitely be difficult for him to control. So at this moment, Zhao Kun really hesitated, really didn't know if he should continue. Finally, just as he was hesitating, a low and intermittent voice was heard. No, not enough. Chapter 144. Not enough. Zhao Kun looked at Lu Feng and suddenly smiled. It was a smile that seemed to indicate that he had let go of everything. Suddenly, Zhao Kun opened his mouth. Lu Feng, I admire you. I, Zhao Kun, admire you. Since you want to go crazy, and you want to go crazy as the one who has suffered it, what's wrong with me going crazy with you? If it's not enough, let's continue. I admire you. As a spiritual telekinesis master, I admire you, a mere beginner telekinesis master. Therefore, in order to express my respect, I will go crazy with you just this once. The strongest pressure was unleashed. In an instant, Lu Feng felt as if his body was about to collapse. His eyes seemed to be losing focus, as if his entire soul was about to collapse. This was the limit of a telekinesis grandmaster's power after releasing his soul. However, Lu Feng was just a mere beginner telekinesis master. His pupils were already turning white. It seemed as if Lu Feng couldn't hold on any longer. Is he going to die? Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed with nervousness. He realized that this had already far exceeded Lu Feng's limits. It seemed as if he was going to obliterate Lu Feng. However, just as Zhao Kuan was about to stop and save Lu Feng, he froze. He didn't know when, but an arm had appeared in front of him a moment ago. The owner of the arm seemed to have walked into the abyss where his soul would shatter. However, at the last moment, he had extended his arm. Lu Feng had actually extended his arm just as Zhao Kuan was about to stop. Don't stop. Zhao Kuan slowly muttered to himself as he looked at Lu Feng, whose eyes were unfocused and who seemed to have lost consciousness. He looked at Lu Feng. In the end, he didn't stop. The divine plane shook violently and revolved at its limit. The galaxy-shaped divine plane had already formed a storm. The entire divine plane revolved at a speed that far exceeded its previous limit. In an instant, countless strange forces were produced. They surged frantically towards the center of the divine plane. Finally, when the limit was reached, the entire divine plane began to crack. The extreme speed brought about a power generation speed that was 10 times or even 100 times faster than before. But at the same time, the entire God's domain was unable to withstand it and began to collapse. Previously, Lu Feng had already covered about a third of the God's plane after several dozen days of cultivation. However, at that moment, the strange power that covered the center of the divine planes was rapidly increasing. A third, a little more than a third, and a little more. The rate at which it was increasing every second was almost equivalent to the rate at which the divine planes automatically operated for an entire day. The coverage continued. Just like before, cracks continued to appear on the ground. It was as if he had waited for countless years. Finally, the strange power covered half of the area. At the same time, the entire divine planes was mottled and riddled with holes. In the next moment, an even crazier power appeared. The speed at which the power appeared was even more violent and terrifying. But at the same time, the rate at which the God's domain was collapsing was increasing. At this moment, Xinyuan seemed to be Lu Feng. It had already become one with him. Everything that Lu Feng had done, it was also doing the same. It was actually going crazy as well. This was an opportunity. Although it had endured endless torment, it was a rare opportunity. This moment was an opportunity that Lu Feng could shorten countless times. However, the torment and pain that he had to endure was also indescribable. In order to rapidly produce the strange power, in order to use this opportunity to break through completely, Lu Feng, or Lu Feng's divine planes, was actually going crazy. He had completely lost its rationality and forgotten all the consequences. Soon, the entire divine planes was only a moment away from collapsing. Countless plates had already shattered. The entire galaxy was tumbling. Countless powers began to spread uncontrollably in all directions. It was as if it was going to shatter. Soon. The speed at which the strange power was being produced had already exceeded the limit. It was already unimaginable. Half had already become a thing of the past. At that moment, it was 2/3, 3/4, 4/5. Every second was a terrifying transformation. It was an extreme evolution. Finally, the realm of the nurture, God realm, was almost there. Zhao Kuan was completely stunned when he sensed the vigorous power in his body. He sensed the resolute and unyielding will that would never be extinguished. At that moment, the might that allowed him to continue attacking had already disappeared. Zhao Kuan did not stop on purpose. He had stopped unknowingly. In another instant, he seemed to have heard the sound of something shattering. It was a sound that existed in the unseen world, but there was no trace of it. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the entire room formed an inexplicable spatial flow and storm. This was the psyche's center. In order to help Psyche Masters cultivate, there was a large amount of spiritual medicine placed here. Furthermore, many of them were volatile medicine. Once one broke through while cultivating here, the effects would be dozens of times better than outside. It was because of the uniqueness of the Psyche Center that many students came here to cultivate. At that moment, Lu Feng was constantly absorbing the drifting spiritual power. He had begun the craziest breakthrough. This feeling, this is an intermediate Psyche Master. He actually used this tempering, this pain and torment to achieve a breakthrough. Zhao Kuan's eyes were dazzling. He recalled that the sound of the shackles shattering was the sound of Lu Feng breaking through. He had actually broken through and become an intermediate Psyche Master. Demon. This is a demon. This is a F*King demon. Zhao Kuan's eyes were filled with horror. Even though he had always paid attention to his image, he could not help but swear at that moment. This was because he could not believe what was happening in front of him. To forcefully break through from endless suffering, to remain clear-headed in the midst of endless pain, to find the only way out. How strong must one's soul be? How terrifying must one's will be to be able to withstand this? Who says that he won't become a celestial master in the future? Who dares to say that he won't become an overlord in the future? Who dares? Who dares? Lu Feng's craziness shocked and terrified Zhao Kuan, but it was also craziness. At that moment, as a terrifying powerhouse whose strength far exceeded Lu Feng's by countless times, he was like a devout believer who was witnessing the appearance of a miracle and the birth of a legend. Lu Feng, you will definitely become the protagonist of the future era. Your future is destined to shine through the entire galaxy and become one of the most dazzling stars among the billions of races. At the last moment, Lu Feng's consciousness awakened. That boundless pressure, that soul that had seemingly been split into countless parts, was now gathering and condensing again. At that moment, Lu Feng was like a spectator standing quietly above the vast ocean. He looked at everything in front of him, not daring to believe what he was seeing. Below him, the endless sea of stars had already changed. The world that had once looked like an ocean of stars hadn't changed in the slightest. However, what was surging within was a feeling of being filled with power. It was as if this was not his own God's land, but an ocean of power formed by the convergence of countless powers. However, this wasn't what made Lu Feng feel the most uneasy. At that moment, after glancing at the endless sea of power below, Lu Feng's entire attention was focused on the virtual body that had just appeared. Looking at this body that was completely the same as himself, Lu Feng was at a loss for a moment, and then there was a touch of ecstasy. Although this was just an illusory body, for Lu Feng Lai, illusory was what he wanted. This is the soul. I actually manifested my soul. Only a psychic master could manifest his soul in contact with it, and it was a symbolic characteristic of stepping into the realm of a psychic master. However, at that moment, Lu Feng was still very far away from the level of a psychic master. Manifesting his soul in contact with it meant that he could start to cultivate his soul power. Soul power was like the power of the heavens and earth that warriors comprehended in the realm of martial artists. It was a special power that had a terrifying increase in destructive power. Moreover, compared to the power of the heavens and earth that martial artists comprehended, the soul power that a psychic master comprehended was even more terrifying. It was absolutely possible for a condensed psychic master to cause the destruction of dozens or even hundreds of condensed psychic masters. Of course, if one wanted to use a condensed psychic master to cause the destruction of 100 condensed psychic masters, or above, the realm required was absolutely not something that a psychic master could achieve. At the very least, one needed to step into the king's psychic master level. However, although he couldn't do that, Lu Feng believed that as long as he could cultivate his soul power, his combat power as a psychic master would definitely rise to a higher level. At that time, he would not only have exceptional qualifications, but also shocking combat power. As long as I can condense my soul power, my combat power as a psychic master would definitely rise to a higher level. The use of soul power is much more useful than comprehending the quality of martial arts. The harvest this time is really too big. I didn't think that I would be able to obtain such a huge harvest in one test. This is really a little unbelievable. At the last moment, when Lu Feng was about to be unable to hold on, he finally felt the rapid change in the god's domain. That kind of terrifying transformation that surpassed any time. At that moment, Lu Feng really went a little crazy. He even forgot about the danger and actually braved the threat of life and death to forcefully undergo the transformation. Although I succeeded, I was too reckless. But this time it was a little too rash, a little too stupid. Even without the catalyst this time, I would have at most a month's time to reach the realm I am at today. Risking life and death just to save a month's time, I was really too reckless this time. In the future, I must be careful. Chapter 145. Lu Feng still felt a lingering fear when he thought about the feeling of his soul being crushed. Lu Feng wasn't afraid of suffering and the feeling of life and death. After all, the great demon true body was about extreme cultivation. It was the kind of wandering between life and death, walking on the edge of the abyss, and finally obtaining a chance of survival to break through completely. In the future, he would probably encounter even more situations like this. Although he wasn't afraid, Lu Feng didn't want to die in such a meaningless way. Just for a month's time, he had given up so many dangers. This was simply too foolish. Fortunately, I made it this time. Otherwise, how could I be willing to? As he opened his virtual arms, Lu Feng felt all the changes. Manifesting one soul was a completely different feeling. Previously, when he had entered the god's domain, he had only used the largest vision to see all the changes. However, at this moment, when his soul was manifested, Lu Feng felt as if he had experienced it himself. He could see everything as a normal person. The first stage of the Origin Sutra, the nurturing spirit boundary, has finally been completed. Borrowing the power of the powerful aura and the surrounding space, I've completely broken through to become a mid-level telekinesis master. This is really a pleasant surprise. After this assessment is over, I'll use the elixir stored in my dormitory to become a pinnacle mid-level telekinesis master in a few days. By then, I'll be able to comprehend the second stage, the harmonious spirit boundary. Everything made Lu Feng feel extremely satisfied and delighted. He'd save a lot of time. There was still about half a year before the assessment, which was enough time. There's enough time during the holidays. I can use the time I've saved to condense my soul power. If I succeed, then even if I don't break through, I'll have some confidence in this assessment. After all, my talent development quotient is 2. 4. As for the rest of the time, I'll use it to condense the true essence of martial arts and strive to make my cultivation technique a 9-fold increase. Soul power was a terrifying power that only telekinesis masters could comprehend. It was similar to the power of heaven and earth that only martialists could comprehend. It was an extremely destructive power. Although it couldn't increase one's strength, it could increase one's destructive power. Once one's comprehension was sufficient, it would be no exaggeration to challenge those of a higher level. Talent actualization quotient, 2-4. In addition, he had comprehended soul force. Although he still couldn't learn the supreme immortal techniques of the Origin Sutra, Lu Feng was no longer afraid of geniuses who were slightly stronger than him. He believed that even if he encountered a genius who was a whole level higher than him, he might still have a chance. After quickly familiarizing himself with everything, Lu Feng finally left his god's domain. Opening his eyes, the first person Lu Feng saw was Zhao Kun. At this moment, this strong person who had already reached the level of a spirit reader master was looking at him anxiously. Seeing this, Lu Feng smiled embarrassedly. He knew that his previous actions had indeed frightened this teacher. After all, this was just a test, but he was using his life to break through. Seeing that Lu Feng had woken up, Zhao Kun heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Lu Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Feng saw admiration and anger. Without waiting for Zhao Kun to speak, Lu Feng said, "Teacher, I've made you worry this time." Hearing Lu Feng's apologetic words, Zhao Kun wanted to say something, but he found that he couldn't say anything. He could only sigh deeply and wave his hand. After a long time, he seemed to have recovered from his previous confusion. Zhao Kun said, "Lu Feng, don't do such dangerous things in the future. You're a genius, and your future is limitless. Unless you have no other choice, you don't have to risk your life like this." Lu Feng knew that Zhao Kun was doing this for his own good, so he naturally couldn't say anything. He could only nod his head with an apologetic gaze. "I know, teacher. There won't be a next time." Seeing Lu Feng's sincere appearance, Zhao Kun didn't continue this topic. "You passed the test this time, but don't leave after the holidays. The principal seems to be looking for you." "All right, there's nothing else. You can go back first." Lu Feng nodded his head gently. He followed behind Zhao Kun and left the room. He opened the door and went to the hall. However, after returning, Lu Feng saw countless strange gazes. Even the teachers were the same. Other than them, the other tests had already ended. All the teachers had returned to the hall to wait for them. Seeing these people's gazes, Lu Feng showed a trace of doubt. He looked at Zhao Kun beside him, but Zhao Kun didn't look at Lu Feng. He was only slightly stunned before completely recovering. He left Lu Feng behind and strode directly to Li Tianlai's side. At this moment, Lu Feng completely endured all the gazes. After a long time, Lu Feng, who was unusually embarrassed, finally coughed softly. At this moment, the students and teachers slowly retracted their gazes. However, they still looked at Lu Feng strangely. With countless questions, Lu Feng finally walked to Su Wenchao's side. At this time, Su Wenchao's gaze was still the same as before. However, before Lu Feng could speak, Su Wenchao had already asked first, "Lu Feng, did you just break through?" In an instant, Lu Feng understood why these people were looking at him suspiciously. When he had just left the divine plane, Lu Feng didn't feel anything other than happiness. After all, he had finally become an intermediate telekinesis master. However, he had forgotten. If he wanted to break through without the help of elixirs, he would need to absorb the free energy in the air and convert it into mind power. Obviously, the amount of energy needed to break through a large level was not small. Thus, when he had broken through, Lu Feng had finally caused a change in the energy of the entire floor of the telekinesis center. Those who could accept the special assessment here were at least beginner telekinesis masters. Naturally, they were no stranger to the absorption of energy during a breakthrough. Thus, when Lu Feng had broken through, they had already guessed it. When he saw Su Wenchao's envious gaze, Lu Feng shrugged and said, "Yeah, I accidentally broke through." The corner of Su Wenchao's mouth twitched fiercely. At this moment, his face was filled with countless distortions. He looked at Lu Feng, gritted his teeth, and said, "Carelessness. Show me another carelessness." Lu Feng didn't reply. He just pursed his lips. Indeed, this time, he really had been accidentally. Lu Feng wasn't lying at all about this. However, when he saw Su Wenchao's expression, Lu Feng decisively didn't say anything. This time, out of the 12 students who took the assessment, 7 passed, and the remaining 5 could only continue next year. After Lu Feng waited for Su Wenchao to pass, he left with him. However, Mu Xian was also among the people who left with him. According to her, it was going to be the holidays soon. They want to take advantage of the last bit of time to have a good gathering. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. The 3 of them called Qi Yunqing, who had already passed the warrior assessment, to go out for a meal. Naturally, the place they chose this time was also the garden. However, this time, it wasn't Lu Feng who paid the bill. Instead, it was Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing. This was the last gathering of the year. There was no need to keep any funds, so Qi Yunqing generously contributed his remaining living expenses. However, the number of contributions was a bit too much. One meal cost 30,000 Federation dollars. Lu Feng didn't know exactly how much Qi Yunqing had spent, but when he saw Su Wenchao's bitter and vengeful look, he knew that the number was definitely huge. After the meal, the four of them returned to their dormitory to pack up their things. Because of the integration of the Federation, the transportation was naturally smooth and fast. Su Wenchao and Qi Yunqing didn't stay for the night. After packing up, they left directly. Of course, before they left, they invited Lu Feng to visit their families. If it was in the past, Lu Feng might have agreed. After all, he usually went out to travel after the holidays. It didn't matter where he went. However, this time was different. Lu Feng didn't plan on not going out. After all, there wasn't much time left. Soon, the dormitory was empty. Looking at the empty dormitory, Lu Feng was naturally happy and carefree. Just as Lu Feng was about to start cultivating, the heavenly network suddenly rang. Looking at the unknown number on it, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment before picking it up. Soon, a voice sounded from the sky network. Lu Feng, right? I am Li Tianlai. This number was actually Li Tianlai's. However, Lu Feng didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Li Tianlai's sudden request to talk to him. After all, before he left, Zhao Kuan said that Li Tianlai would look for him. Therefore, Lu Feng's voice didn't have a trace of excitement. It was very calm. Principal, is there anything I can help you with? There was a slight pause on the Sky Network side. After a few seconds, it rang again. Do you have any plans during your vacation? Plans? Of course, Lu Feng had plans, and they were full of plans. However, the holidays only lasted for more than a month. This wasn't enough for Lu Fenglai. However, he naturally couldn't say that to Li Tianlai. After thinking for a while, Lu Feng replied, Principal, I plan to cultivate well during this month and try to raise my psychic level to the peak of the intermediate psychic level as soon as possible. At the same time, I want to see if there are any opportunities to break through. Hearing this, Li Tianlai nodded gently on the other side of the Sky Network. He knew that Lu Feng had just broken through to become an intermediate psychic. What he wanted most now was to continue cultivating and raise his level. Moreover, he didn't doubt the authenticity of Lu Feng's words. Chapter 146. Li Tianlai knew that as a direct descendant of the Lu family, the number one family in the Federation, although Lu Feng's bloodline density was not high, his father was the pride of the entire Lu family. He was the number one freak in the Federation in the past 500 years, the god-slaying genius. As long as Lu Feng wanted to, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources. There would be no obstacles in his breakthrough. Relying on those resources, he would probably be able to break through and become a peak mid-level psychic. Li Tianlai naturally did not think much about those small barriers at the peak of mid-level and high-level. After all, Lu Feng's talent development quotient was 2.4. According to Zhao Kuan, Lu Feng's soul was also extremely terrifying. Li Tianlai had known about Lu Feng's comprehension ability for a long time. Therefore, he knew that the barriers at mid-level psychic wouldn't be a problem for Lu Feng. After all, this level was still too low. Your plan is very good. However, I think that if you continue to cultivate at home like this, you might be able to become a peak mid-level psychic. However, if you want to break through, it won't be very likely. After all, those opportunities to break through will not be encountered if you cultivate bitterly at home. The Lu family is indeed powerful, but it's only in terms of warriors. In the past, the human king roamed the universe unhindered and was known as the number one heaven-defying powerhouse since ancient times. However, he was ultimately a warrior. If it was a soul or a psychic, I'm afraid that he would be far inferior to a void emperor. Therefore, if you want to break through, you must find a true psychic powerhouse. Lu Feng nodded slightly on Sky Network side. Li Tianlai was right. If he cultivated bitterly or relied solely on the Lu family, it would be really too difficult to break through. Up until now, none of his breakthroughs had been achieved through quiet cultivation. As if he had sensed Lu Feng's realization, Li Tianlai continued. It's like this. My teacher intends to let you go to his place during this holiday and receive his guidance for a month. I think this will be very beneficial for your cultivation progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Li Tianlai's teacher? Lu Feng naturally knew who Li Tianlai's teacher was. He was Dao Santian. He was the overlord of the Federation and one of the greatest giants of the current Federation. Lu Feng was already very familiar with his deeds. If he could receive guidance from this terrifying powerhouse, who had experienced the Divine King's era, he believed that his improvement in this month would be incomparably fast. After all, Dao Santian was the closest telekinesis master in the Federation to the Void Emperor level. The existence of the Void Emperor was known as the supreme being of the heretical path and could fight against a true supreme being. Furthermore, although the Primordial Sutra was a supreme technique that had never appeared before, there were many similarities between it and the Psyche Master's cultivation path. Lu Feng believed that it would be easier for him to comprehend the first few realms with Dao Songtian's help. As he thought about this, Lu Feng said to the Sky Network, "Since Principal Dao Santian is willing to guide me, I would be more than happy to do so. However, I wonder when I could do so?" Li Tianlai heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Feng agree. However, as the principal, he didn't show any impatience. Instead, he said slowly to Lu Feng, who was on the other end of the Sky Network, "I plan to return to the capital administrative planet to meet my teacher after I tidy up everything during this holiday break. I will go with you then. The time should be within the next few days. I will inform you of the specific time. You can stay in the dormitory and cultivate for the next few days." Lu Feng didn't have any objections. After exhorting a few more things, Li Tianlai hung up. Lu Feng sat in his room and pondered quietly. Lu Feng had expected Dao Songtian's invitation, but it was also unexpected. According to the promise, he would be able to enter the Federal University as a specially recruited student as long as he could pass the test. When Dao Songtian asked, he would definitely be able to become Dao Songtian's disciple. However, even though this was the case, Lu Feng hadn't expected Dao Songtian to think so highly of him. Dao Songtian had even invited him to give him special guidance during this holiday break. The second realm of the Origin Sutra is the Soul Fusion realm. The final result of the first realm was also beyond my expectations. This god is actually a soul. Previously, Lu Feng had thought that God was just a soul. However, as the strange power enveloped him, he had changed his mind. He had thought that God was the origin of the soul. However, after breaking through and entering the Great Success realm, Lu Feng realized that his initial guess wasn't wrong. This god was really a soul. The second realm, the Soul Fusion realm, is definitely related to the cultivation of the soul. Right now, I'm only dabbling in the existence of the soul. Dao Santian is a long-established telekinesis overlord. His attainments in the aspect of the soul are probably unparalleled in the Federation and known throughout the universe. With his guidance, I believe that the cultivation of the second realm will definitely be much easier. As he thought about this, Lu Feng smiled faintly. At first, he had been hesitant about whether he would be able to enter the small success stage of the second realm, the Soul Fusion realm, before the test. However, now that he had Dao Songtian's guidance, his chances would be much higher. Lu Feng got off the bed and took out his luggage. After entering the password and verifying his personal identity, he finally opened his luggage. There were a few sets of clothes inside. Of course, if it had only been clothes, Lu Feng wouldn't have needed to use such high-level security measures. In addition to the clothes, there were also dozens of elixirs that Lu Feng had brought from the Gufeng planet. Lu Feng smiled as he took out one of them. "Fortunately, I have elixirs. If I relied on medicine, the amount of money needed to advance from a beginner to a peak intermediate telekinesis master would definitely be an astronomical figure. Just relying on a few million is probably far from enough." Lu Feng still had close to 5 million Federation dollars left. This was a huge sum of money, enough for an ordinary family to spend for a lifetime. However, this amount of money was really too little for Lu Feng Lai. Lu Feng had used 4 bottles of high-grade, perfect-grade elixirs to advance from a beginner to a peak beginner. Now, he was afraid that even the 50 bottles he needed wouldn't be enough. High-grade, perfect-grade elixirs cost at least $1 million. Some of the better ones could easily cost tens of millions. If it was 50 bottles, Lu Feng believed that it wouldn't cost more than 100 million Federation dollars. For Lu Fenglai, who had less than 5 million, this number was really too huge. Fortunately, I have elixirs. Otherwise, I'm afraid it really wouldn't be easy to advance my cultivation this time. Lu Feng took out an elixir, but didn't consume it immediately. When he had first obtained these elixirs, Lu Feng had already studied these elixirs. However, every time he saw them, he felt that they were different. After pondering for a moment and observing them again, Lu Feng finally swallowed them. Lu Feng already knew a lot about elixirs. He also had a clear understanding of how to use them. Although it was his first time using them, Lu Feng didn't encounter any situation where he didn't understand. The moment it entered his mouth, the slightly dark elixir disappeared and was replaced by a huge aura. This aura completely seeped into Lu Feng's body the moment it appeared. Lu Feng licked his lips gently and muttered to himself, "This elixir tastes really good. It's much better than elixirs." When he sensed that the elixir that had seeped into his body was starting to take effect, Lu Feng didn't hesitate. He closed his eyes right away and entered a state of concentration in an instant. At that moment, a huge amount of power surged into Lu Feng's God's domain. Lu Feng, who could already transform his soul into a separate entity, condensed on the God's domain. What a comfortable feeling. This feeling is simply a form of enjoyment. At that moment, the elixir turned into a huge amount of power that lingered and covered the entire God's domain. As the power seeped in, the entire God's domain was rapidly changing. The God's domain, which had already undergone a transformation and surged with power, was surging and boiling endlessly at this moment. Waves that were formed by power splashed and rose and fell. The soul body closed its eyes. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Feng's soul opened his eyes once again. As he looked at the God's domain, which had already returned to tranquility, Lu Feng smiled faintly. Although I don't know how much it has increased, I can feel that my entire soul is full and powerful. I think that the extent of the increase is definitely not small. A moment later, his soul returned to his physical body. Lu Feng, who was in the real world, also opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he immediately connected to the Sky Network and entered the Psychic Guild Hall in the Sky Network world. Lu Feng had a device to measure physical strength and had brought it to school. However, he didn't buy a device to measure mental strength. After all, it was really too expensive. Furthermore, with the Sky Network, it would be a waste to buy it. The Sky Network itself was connected by mental strength. Thus, in the virtual Sky Network, one could measure their mind development quotient, talent development quotient, and mind power. Very quickly, Lu Feng entered the Sky Network and chose to be transported to the virtual Psychic Guild Hall. He arrived at the room where the mental strength was measured and picked up the device to test it. A few seconds later, the sound of completion was heard. Lu Feng smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the numbers displayed on the screen. Mind power 23. 7 condensation. A perfect grade high-level elixir has increased my mental strength by 13. 7 condensation. This elixir is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Previously, when Lu Feng had consumed a perfect grade high-level elixir, one bottle had increased his mental strength by about 2 condensation points. However, just a perfect grade elixir had increased his mental strength by 13. 7 condensation points. This was more than 6 times the amount of elixirs. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.